Oh, I never muted my microphone. Yeah, hi guys. Hold on, let me turn it on. Yeah, give me a second. I'm just messing with my mic. 1 second. Alright. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Let me know if my mic sounds shitty or something today. I've turned it down a bit because I noticed it was clipping too much. And I wasn't very happy with how much it was clipping. But I don't know. I kind of want to... I really don't know what I'm doing with all of this at the moment. Let's turn it up again a bit, I guess. Because I want to talk a bit quieter today. So, yeah. Let's log in. Good morning, guys. I'm feeling a bit burned out today. I don't know. I feel like I've done a bit too much lately. So, like, I finished this morning's video, and I just kind of thought to myself, oh, I want a break. So I think I'm going to go to the movies today. Now, I did sort of make a sort of a promise to do the stream with the schedule there. So I'm happy to come here and do this. But I might just try to be a little bit quieter or something. And I don't know whether we'll go like the full 7 hours. Maybe we'll just do a couple. And yeah, hopefully that'll be all right. Hopefully that sounds good to you guys. I just ate some lunch. And yeah, there's like a lot of little technical things that I've been putting off that I kind of want to set up. And I haven't been. So yeah, I don't know what the feeling is, but I just feel a bit suddenly like, I don't know. Maybe I've been doing too much. I don't know. Have you watched Dune, WP? It was awesome, especially for book fans. As you know, I haven't seen Dune. I suppose that's something I could watch as well. I was thinking of watching The Eternals today. Let me see here. When's the next Dune showing time? More film times. Oh, later in the evening there's a Dune. Interesting. Yeah, maybe I could watch Dune. I don't know. What do you guys recommend? If I watch Dune, maybe I can watch Eternals later. Oh man, it's so quiet and peaceful here now suddenly. But yeah, I was interested in Dune because of the whole Lord of the Rings thing, you know. Which, you know, my dad read me The Hobbit when I was a little boy. Like as a bedtime story. But beyond that, I wasn't too into Lord of the Rings, not really. And then the movies came out. And the movies just sort of, you know, they were a catalyst for everything. And now I'm a huge fan of Tolkien and all that. And but it was really just the films. And I wonder whether I'm kind of missing out on Dune, you know. Is Dune going to be like the Lord of the Rings of the next generation? Does that make sense? Is that a way to think of it? So I thought that was quite interesting. Oh, thank you so much for the sub, Mr. Modius. Oh, and our Dusk Light on the intro there as well earlier. Thank you very much, guys. Much appreciated. He was lied to in Discord. The Wheel of Time episode was horrible, and even more than you thought. Well, like I said, oh, what can I do while I just chat with stream at the start? Should we do a roulette on our monk? Let's do a monk roulette and see how quickly it pops. You sometimes get trials on leveling roulettes, don't you? Yeah, I heard about Wheel of Time. I read a big thread where people were saying, hey, why are we shitting on Wheel of Time? This is like the only adaptation we're likely to get. Can we not shit on it too quickly? And everyone in that particular thread was, you know, happy about the idea of embracing the series and being nice about it. I didn't actually see people shitting on it. I didn't see where that went necessarily. You just watched the Lara video. Shame about the Dredge Tunnel, but it's understandable. Yeah, I watched that this morning as well. I'll tell you what, guys, I'm so impatient with videos. I got this horrible thing where I don't really make content that, like, I don't know how much I would enjoy my own content, because honestly, I watch like every video on like super speed and like click through like real fast. And that's not even a long video that she produced there. It's a perfectly reasonable, well-lengthed video. I don't know what depths of narcissism that speaks about me, that I'm happy to put out a half an hour rambling video like each day, and there I am like super speeding through someone else's 10 minutes. But that's how impatient I am. I mean, it's crazy. Anyway, yeah, it was good. It was good to hear about. And in it, they did basically say that the Dredge Tunnel is like a legend. It wasn't necessarily real. The thing is, though, if the Dredge Tunnel's legend, why are there dredge there? There has to be a story about that, right? And maybe they'll tell us that. And yeah, you could call it a bit goofy, but it's one of those like fantastical things, you know. But I don't know, maybe Guild Wars needs to avoid those overly fantastical things to stay grounded and feeling like a real place, a tangible place to be invested in. You know, as it sort of is on the precipice of not being that, you know, after having so many disasters. Also, there was a good phrase that the devs used there. that I wish I used a bit more in my vocabulary. They talked about, like, not leaving the fabric of Guild Wars. They're talking about the idea of Jade Punk and wanting a lot of technology, but they didn't want to leave the fabric of Guild Wars. I think that's a good phrase, actually, to sort of get across the point. So I'll try to remember to say that a few more times. Meanwhile, here we are watching 6-hour streams. Yeah, but this is a playthrough. You're not really listening to me through this, are you? You're watching the game. Apparently, one of my clips ended up on some compilation video, which is quite cool. I don't get a plug out of that, though, do I, really? I was actually, just completely coincidentally, I was watching the clips. Because, you know, yesterday, when I completely, like, I had that stroke trying to explain the phrase, a society grows when old men plant trees, the shade of which they'll never sit in, or whatever, however it goes. I thought that was quite funny, and I wanted to see if anyone had clipped it, and they had. And I ended up just looking at all the clips, and they're pretty good, you know. Paul Rocker, there's one on there where he himself clipped it. I'm saying, oh, we don't have any mods. I meant in mod in the channel at the time, to be fair, but yeah. Old Shades Plant Men. Wait, what on earth is this story step? Oh my god, is this Garuda? Garuda 1? Who dares intrude upon my sanctuary? Your insolence shall not go unpunished, landwalkers. 12 preserve, she's huge. As I live and breathe. This is ARR stuff, we'll skip this. People are probably waiting for me. Oh shit, what buttons do I actually have? Oh, this is quite boring, actually. I don't have many buttons. That's probably okay, though, because, again, I will have slipped from my memory and understanding of Monk. Oh, did I demolish too early there? Fuck, that was such a bad True North. The thing with True North that's really weird to me is the idea of, like... Do I need to kill the plumes in normal mode? Should I aim the plumes down? Oh, they're dead. The thing about True North is, like... hitting the button. Oh. Don't I have interject? No, I don't. Not in this class, right? Like, recognizing that you're not going to be able to rear and flank and getting it in time. Like, it's rough, man. It's rough. Wait, is she animating or not? I don't know what's going on. Oh my god, you can one-shot him. Oh, come on. Still not good with my keybinds on that. Aerial blast. Oh, what a waste. I didn't realise she'd be invulnerable. There's no escape, no hope, none. I'm doing alright-ish. There's not really too much to focus on right now. Oh, we don't have LB. I can LB, can't I? Because I'm the only DPS up, but as melee DPS, people like that, don't they? I'll give them a mantra. Ah, it's dead already. Let's turn this up a little bit more again. Let's see. I'm gonna turn them. I'm gonna make the microphone really quite like hot, but hopefully, if I just talk chill, it will sound good and it will sound fine. You guys will have to tell me if the sound of my breathing ends up too loud. Now that you've seen all the cities, what's your favourite city so far? Kugane for sure. The Crystarium's doesn't even really feel like much of a city. I mean, it's got some nice areas in it, but I think Kugane. Kugane, then probably Uldar. And then Limsa. Limsa probably, more objectively speaking, is a better city. But I think that I have like a personal connection with Uldar a little bit more. You know, I was thinking with my tier list that I could put like little stars out. Like, okay, this is not objective, this is inobjective, but this is how I feel, you know? And I can put a little star sometimes when I rank something higher up or lower down. But yeah, that's kind of how I feel. You didn't say you don't have any mods. You said we don't need any mods. Don't you think I missed that? Oh, I see. Well, again, it was like at that time, you know. It's at the time. Maybe you don't need any mods. I think that's fair, isn't it? No, oh, yeah, I didn't even think about Foundation. Foundation's alright. The music is the main value, for sure. I reckon if I started in Gridania, I'd probably have, you know, decent, happy vibes about Gridania instead. I don't know. I just like the idea of having... You know, I like the idea of having a community of people mature enough to not need policing. Do you know what I mean? So that's probably what I was getting at. Which is obviously an ignorant thing to say, because I'm now realising that mods can do a lot of cool shit on Twitch. It's not just about policing people, is it? It's not really about moderating. It's about creating more fun in a lot of places. With like polls and predictions and shit like that, and chants and things. Which is all really cool, and don't get me wrong, I absolutely do appreciate. You just watched the Guild Wars 1 tier list video. Personally, you don't agree with the ranking, but it's fun hearing your thoughts on the series. What's the bits that you don't agree with? Let's do... Oh, I could do MSQ. No. Let's do a trial. Will WP get frogged? You've only been able to tune into a few streams, so your overall idea of the 14 stories, something about Moondragon and also Light is Bad. Moondragon? Oh, Bahamut the Moondragon. Interesting. You know, you're not too far off, to be honest. But I think this game's been a bit sneaky, to be honest, guys. I think they've been a bit sneaky. They set up this idea that, like, it's light versus dark, evil versus, you know... whatever the antonym of evil is. They sort of dine out on that, and then they just turn it into sort of, oh no, it's just a flavor of magic. It's really not connected to any kind of morality or ethics or anything. It's just like they get their cake and they eat it too, and I'm not blind to that. It's obviously still good. I think, by the way, I don't really like the Ascians again now, because my general understanding with the Emmett Selk stuff was that the Ascians were doing what they were doing because there was an actual, like, beauty at the end of the road with the rejoining. But what I just learned from Emmett Selk, this is reflections on the last cutscene we saw on the last stream. What I just learned from Emmett Selk is that it's just their own vanity. It's just their own selfish desire to see their version of reality restored. And, you know, he walked... They had that fucking scene, which now I look back at, it's so stupid. He's walking away and waving his hand and saying, wouldn't you do the same? And everyone, all the Final Fantasy fans, like, salivating in chat as though that's some kind of mic drop. It's not a mic drop. No, I wouldn't do the same. You're committing genocide. You're killing thousands, millions, billions of people across all these stars just to rejoin your world out of your vanity. So I hope there's a little bit more, because right now, no, I'm not sympathetic to the Ascians, and no, it's not some genius fucking premise they've given us. The guy's a dickhead. The guy's selfish. So we'll see. That's what I think so far. But the way that cutscene was set up, with him walking off doing that hand wave thing, like I should actually be empathetic to him or something, they haven't earned that. They've only earned it if you want to be blind to the actual quality of the story, so we'll see. But that realization that it really is just their own selfish ambition, that puts them more firmly as antagonists than anything else, I think. People romanticize this dude a lot as well. I don't get it either. I'm right to be doubtful. The goal of the cutscene is to make you wonder if you want to be empathetic with them. Now, I think that's fair. I think that you're actually right there, Lonya. I don't think that the cutscene was particularly making a declaration one way or the other. So yeah, again, they're just... It's kind of brutal, to be honest, this playthrough. It's like hundreds of hours of, like, you're not allowed to know what you think yet for hundreds of hours. And it is rough. It is rough. But we'll get there. We're getting there. Some classic Titan. Do they always just do early trials with this stuff? Potatoes. Imagine if someone murdered your family. Someone stole their... Are these spoilers? Are you spoiling? I don't know too much about... I'm sure that Shadowbringers has more revelations for me. But even that scene, the Zodiac and Hydaelyn of Primal's confirmation, even that scene has a lot of stuff in it where it's like... Oh, we're going to go to the edge, right? Has a lot of stuff in it where it's like, okay, they're still glossing over a lot of details. Like, why is his perspective different to Hydaelyn's perspective and so on? What was the calamity facing the world? Blah, 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 blah. There's still, like, so many gaps. And that's all context to get the richness of the story out of, so... And I'm getting to the point where I'm wondering how much of it's even in Shadowbringers for some of those details. I think I saw a message fly by yesterday in that cutscene where someone said it's not explained yet. With one of the things. I hate how much this guy spins. The Around Reborn bosses do this all the time. It's not pleasant playing a monk. Just got to spam true north. Oh, I didn't... Yeah, that was alright, actually. Wait, do I have to... Oh, do I have to hit these? Oh shit, I'm dead. Was I meant to avoid them or hit them? That guy standing next to it. The only reason I went there was because a guy was standing there. But he seems fine. Oh, message is getting timed out. Okay, so just so that you guys know, Rocket did say to me a couple of days ago on Discord, hey WP, do you mind if I actually time people out? Do you mind if I actually, like, threaten about spoilers or whatever? And I said, you know, your judgment... I'll adhere to your judgment on this because I obviously don't know, do I? You know, I'm pretty easy about... Look, one thing I'm coming to terms with on these streams is I don't care much about spoilers, but other people do. And that's not for me to be a snob about necessarily. There is a real comment to be made there about the quality of the stream. Like, if you want me to have a revelatory moment, that's totally fair, you know, and that's your entertainment that gets lost. It's not my entertainment that gets lost, but it is your entertainment that gets lost if there are spoilers, and I'm coming to terms with that fact. I am realising that now. So, you know, when Rocker said that, I just said, yeah, you know what, time people out. No hard feelings at any point, especially not from me. I don't really mind. But if he's doing it to try and preserve chat or keep things hidden so that there'll be better content for people later when I find out at the right time. But I'm a little bit worried, you know, like yesterday we had the Zodiac is Hydaelyn thing. It really worries me that someone said that's a mind blow. And that story about the guy at the convention who said, holy shit, blah, blah, blah. I think I'm going to ignore these things. I'm going to bloodbath it. It really worries me there because that was not a mind blow to me. And that's not a criticism about the game, but I wonder if it's just what the nature of the beast now. Because I couldn't stop at Stormblood and seriously reassess all the information that I know and then go into Shadowbringers with the correct thing. Because if I openly speculate about stuff, it's just walls of smiley faces and comments for me to keep playing. So because I don't stop and take stock, okay, is this confirmed? Is it half confirmed? Is it really confirmed? It's really hard, you know, so I miss out on a moment like that. I can imagine being that guy in the crowd who like, oh my god, holy shit, I can imagine that. Fucking hell, arm's length on all these different buttons. But I'm just so far gone from that, you know, the way that the playthrough's working here. And I'm worried it's going to happen with Endwalker again. That's what I'm mostly worried about. When Endwalker comes out, my mind won't be blown on certain stuff. What am I doing wrong here? Is this normal Titan? It's not a normal Titan, is it? So yeah, I don't know. I feel like I've done a disservice to the game, and it really weirds me out. And I'm sorry if you guys feel that I've done a disservice to the game. I wish I'd gone through that scene and went, oh my god, it's the craziest thing ever. But it's like someone said in chat, you know, when you fight Ifrit at the start of A Realm Reborn, Ifrit says, oh, but you're taken by another. And I remember saying to Kerry way back then, we were both new to the game at that time. I remember saying, oh, does that mean that we're tempered by the crystal? I.e. that the crystal is a primal. I also remember openly speculating that idea in Stormblood, and I remember someone in chat very, very heavily like set me off of that speculation. They said, oh, but that doesn't work because they said something, and I get they were just trying to get me off the scent, I suppose. But then it just makes the ultimate revelation. It was just weird, you know. It wasn't, I think, what most actual Final Fantasy players had. And that disappoints me. It does. It disappoints me I didn't give you guys that. It's just that thing of taking stock, I think. I think that it's the taking stock thing. If I could have really had it very clear in my head, okay, this is a fact that I know. This is a fact that I know. This is not confirmed, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, there's another thing that I don't really like about the plot there, right? Like, it's such an obvious idea. It's really hard for me to watch Urianger and Y'shtola acting like they've never even considered it. What the fuck do you mean you've never even... Are you serious? You've never even thought... Like, that's the way that they act in that scene, which is kind of hard for me to swallow. And I get that what those characters are doing is they're trying to indulge in this idea that it is a mind blow. So, yeah, I don't know. Right, what am I meant to do? Stand near these or away from them? I'm going to mantra now, because... Looking at these sprouts is so endearing. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they want me to do. I know I need to hit the heart. I know this phase, at least. We didn't wipe on the heart before, though. Oh, shit. What happened there? I got fettered. Why'd I get fettered? Oh, I'm in a block. Oh, yeah, I need to be released. Oh, I bet I didn't help, because I didn't help release someone from the block before, did I? I bet that's all that happened. I bet, like, some tank or healer got stuck in a block. None of us helped him out. Okay, I remember that now. Do I want to stand away from that? Rocks explode in the same order they come down. So stand near the rock that came down last and move away. Beautiful, thank you. Thank you for that explanation. Oh, we're doing damage again. As for the fundamental idea of the story, Zodiacs are primal, Hydaelyn's are primal, I think that's cool, that's fine. I think it's a good story and interesting. Okay, so they explode in the order they come down. So this was one of the last ones that came down, this one here. Oh, fuck. So we just move like that. Oh, I still got tagged clips though, didn't it? I'll mantra to help this guy heal me up. Holy shit. Oh, I've got to help this guy out, right? This is the thing. This is the thing. There we go. Okay. Stop spinning, you bastard. Stop spinning. Oh god, I don't know where the explosions are going to come from here. Oh, there's one in the middle. I think I got clipped by it, but it's not too bad. Holy shit, we're all dying again. Should I LB this? Or wait until LB2? I've got to get him out now, like instantly. I'm going to do my dragon kick, boot shine combo. Holy fuck. Ah. Oh. Wow. What did I do wrong? Oh, I should have LB'd. Oh no, it only dinged up. Oh, he got it. Nice. Whoa. Thoughts about the Warrior of Darkness becoming a primal in the same vein as Ysayle or Louis Soir? Well, Ysayle never became a primal, did she? She just, like, augmented herself. Did she? Is it fair to say she became a primal? Is it fair to say Thordan became a primal? How far did I get? I got to a huge cutscene with Emmett Selk. So you could literally call her a primal. You think she became Lahi? I mean, yeah, I think the Warrior of Light could sort of do this. Yeah. Yeah, it's like she channeled a primal and sort of could control it. It was like she wrapped herself up in a primal. That was the way I thought of it. But I don't know for sure. Technical term is she was a vessel for a primal. Yeah, calling her herself a primal, is that right, guys? I don't know whether that's right. No, nonetheless, though, yeah, I can see that happening. Oh, another cool thing I thought of, by the way, on that cutscene we saw yesterday. It was quite sly how they hid the appearance of Zodiac from us, wasn't it? Because they never represented Hydaelyn as a crystal. So it was like a more abstract thing. They looked almost like people, or like flames, or like Jinn or something. Which therefore means that the corresponding one for Zodiac probably doesn't look like what we think it is as well. Because I've been wondering what Zodiac appears to be. It's just another crystal? One thing I do kind of want to do now is I kind of want to go back and listen to all the scenes I had when the crystal spoke to me. Oh, and here's another thing. I don't want to be sour, all right? I really don't want to be sour. That revelation, is that why ARR is supposed to be so different? Because of the scenes with Hydaelyn, where now we know she's a primal. Because it's not that different, because we were suspecting she was a primal anyway. Among other things? Okay, good. Because if that's the whole linchpin for why ARR is supposed to be more fun to watch, I really don't want to be in the position where I think that people are overrating this madly. So we'll see. I hope that that's not it. Because again, that was on everyone's minds. Benji says, I was suspecting everything to be a primal at some point, right? The game kind of does that to you, to son. Okay, well, no wonders. No worries, no worries, no worries. You'll be surprised the amount of clues and hints the previous Mysteries Ascian cutscenes dropped. Don't worry, WP, the primal thing is the first of many mind blows. Can we, look, can anyone tell me, mind blow or long-standing confirmation? What do you guys think? Sorry, I'm eating a roll here. Both, long-standing confirmation. You know, to the Guild Wars nerds out there, I sort of view it like that story beat. That's like if Heart of Thorns was expansion 3 and the revelation about the Sylvari was expansion 3. Don't you think? It's on that level. Purely in terms of story and information, not delivery, just purely within that. So, and again, that's kind of why I think the universes of both games are somewhat on par. But these guys waited a lot longer to finally pull those out. They pull their rabbit out of the hat. And I can respect it. I really can. Hydaelyn is a primal and we're tempered by her was a long-standing fan theory since ARR. Yeah. And again, that's the thing. If I had stopped after ARR, if I'd stopped after Heaven's Ward, and that was it, there was no more information, and I knew that there was no more information, and I was confident about what I knew and what I'm not supposed to know, it would have been very clear in my mind, is Shadowbringers going to confirm that Hydaelyn's a primal? You know, you'll notice whenever I've made my little speculations guessing forwards, I've never said something like that. Because I'm kind of uneasy on a lot of these points. I don't know whether I've just missed it, you know, whether that fact was buried in a comment about Louis Swart. You know, you guys kind of sneer on the Crystal Tower series I did, and on my attempt to go through coils before this. But that's why I really want to know what I should know. I want to know what I should know. I want to know what the community should know, so that when these moments come up, I can experience that relief. I can experience that, oh, yes, kind of thing. You know, instead of sort of thinking, well, weren't we kind of saying that the whole time? Question mark? I'm wondering how the fuck Y'shtola and Urianger... Because for all I know, I've been allowed to, at some point, ask Y'shtola and Urianger about that very topic, you know? For all I know. And it's just slipped from my mind. Because I'm kind of cramming through it and so on and so on and so on. So anyway, that's kind of where I am with that cutscene. I mean, it's all good. Again, all my insecurities, they're not criticisms of the game, they're insecurities about this stream show that I'm doing. Hydaelyn tempering us isn't confirmed. People are mixing up headcanon. Well, good point. Yeah, she's a primal. Does that mean we're already tempered? I mean, the Ifrit comment very much suggests, doesn't it? But, you know, I have more context for why the Gaboo story exists, you know. Because in a world where that's a big thing, we might be tempered. Do we have free will? What is that, you know? These are all kind of questions and ideas I'm sure that they'd love to ask. And can someone come back and blah, blah, blah. What's the difference between a fanatical cultist and a tempered? I rewatched the Ifrit cutscene. Sorry, again, I'm eating. The priest says you might be claimed by another, but Ifrit says no, you are one of the gods blessed. That is blessed by Hydaelyn. Okay. I think Hydaelyn being a primal is something players are supposed to wonder, but the characters wouldn't think about it. The characters wouldn't think about it because of how she interacts with them in the world. Right, she's not ravenous for Aether all the time. I mean, Christ, I'll do Praetorium right now. I'll listen to Gaius Van Baelsar talking all about the 12 as well. And how, are these not... You know, the game's been asking that constantly. What's a primal, what's not. Alright. So, I feel kind of warmed up now. Do you guys want to get on with the story a little bit? Any other questions or thoughts you guys have? Hope you're on a good night, by the way. Every primal is Tataru in a trench coat. Thancred did tell me about primals, but I don't fully understand what all of this means. The eldest and most powerful of primals? Gods, if that were Hydaelyn's origin, that would make... No, I won't take the words of an Ascian on trust. It has to be a lie. Tis oft said, truth is a matter of perspective, yet upon this matter, there can only be one truth. I only pray it is not his. We read those yesterday, though. When will I be singing a karaoke version of Lahi? Yeah, I noticed there's a clip where I sang Lahi and then the music started and people clipped it. It completely went over my head. Is that all? Is that all? Instant mortal. I shall make you suffer. That foul stench. I see it now. She's touched you very well. That's what Garuda says. It was perfectly timed. The recent events plainly warrant further discussion. I think it best that we wait until Alphino and the others are present. Emmett Selk included. How convenient that he should choose his moment to keep to the shadows. Well, no matter. For the present, we should return to Fano and make certain of the Umorans withdraw. After that, Slitherbow. The blessed are no doubt elated by what has become of the sky. So, by the way, honestly, the Hydaelyn Primal thing is a big thing, but do you know what I actually think comes out of that scene? Far more prominent information. Is that I finally have a bit of a baseline of understanding for the Ascians. That's like actually the real revelation there. I can actually judge Emmett, assuming everything he says is the truth. I actually have real pieces of the puzzle about the Ascians now. I can actually know what I think about them. And, you know, now that some of the cards are on the table, it's much easier for me to side with Emmett and be comfortable than like someone like the Exarch. The Exarch is suddenly really fascinating to me because it's really weird. Like, who the fuck is the Exarch? I mean, I get this. I mean, I don't know. Maybe my theory kind of works, that he's something to do with the Ironworks and Sid's fucking life or something. But I don't know. I don't know how he gets the power, why he gets the power, his ambition and stuff. I do want to do Praetorium, seriously, because Gaius talks about Sid's dad in there. Praetorium is honestly a lot more interesting to go back and play now, at this point, than it ever was in Heavensward, and that it ever was through Stormblood. Since post-Stormblood... It's Sid. No, I don't think it's Sid. I think it's Sid's dad. Because Gaius is really wishy-washy about what happened to him and where he went and so on. Hey guys. You're returned and unharmed, I see. Indeed, I'm pleased to report the Light Warden is no more, thanks in large part to you. And that the death of a single Sin-Eater should make such a difference. As our numbers wane, so did our hope that the ruins we have devoted our lives to guarding would ever find purpose. And yet here you are, the allies for whom we have waited these many centuries, and with your arrival came the chance to pass on our legacy, the ancient wisdom of the Empire. That alone would have been reward enough. Never did we imagine it would serve to banish the light that pervaded these woods. On behalf of the Vice, that's how they said it, Vice, our forebears, and the late Emperor of Ronka, you have our deepest thanks. Aww. Yeah, you gotta remember, like, these nuts. It is we who should be thanking you. Our journey to Katana Ravel proved most enlightening. To be privy to such knowledge is an honour, one for which we've never hoped. Please, you need not be so humble. We do but our duty, as decreed by the late Emperor. Would that he was still here with us to express his gratitude in person. But sister, does this not mean our duty is fulfilled? To our allies, perhaps, but the ruins cannot be left unguarded. So long as we live here in these woods, the secrets of Ronka must not fall into the wrong hands. IWP, your voice is amazing. Will be a great stream. Thank you. When did you first... Where do you know me from? Are you saying just today it sounds different? Because I'm being quiet. I have the mic real close. Hey, are you planning to stream the guild chat on Wednesday? Yeah, I think I will. I haven't really committed fully to it right now, but I think I will. Your voice is very soothing and comfy today. Well, we'll see. No, we escorted him back to Slitherbow shortly after you set out. If you'd return to the Knights Blessed, we'll not keep you any longer. I suspect they'll be glad of your company. See, I do this thing, right, in all my videos and all my streams and everything. I talk really loud. Like, really loud. And the reason I do that in general is because when I started, my headset, the very first headset I started all this with was an old Turtle Beach. Like, original Turtle Beach. I'd got it for, like, Christmas or something. And it did not have much volume. It didn't have much gain. I didn't know anything about audio engineering or any of that shit back then. So I just had to talk really loud. And then I got a Blue Yeti. When I started Factions, I bought the Yeti. And again, I didn't really have it set up well, and I didn't know anything about audio engineering. So I had to, and it was a desktop thing now. So then I was like hunching over, leaning forwards, and just trying to shout loud. And part of it was that. Another part was just to be like enthusiastic. And that's just become like my regular style now. But I notice whenever I listen back to my own shit these days, I'm like, oh, stop shouting, dude. Why are you always shouting? The weird thing is no one ever like gives me any criticisms of it. So why do you always shout, blah, blah, blah. I won't teleport to free. But I feel like that's a real thing that I shouldn't do. So if I could pick one or the other, I wonder if one of the reasons my voice sounds a lot different nowadays compared to those early ones is just because I shout so much now. I'm always shouting. But I should be able to get the volume pretty high. I've just got to keep quiet and not clip the fucking thing. Oh, right. Oh, should we do one? No, let's not do one more roulette. Let's keep going. Look how much more health my Dark Knight has. It's crazy. I don't know. You just seem enthusiastic in those videos. Seriously, I listen to my own stuff and I'm like,
You're
why are you
returned,
showing?
and none the worse for wear, I see.
None indeed.
You needn't worry about us. What became of the Umoran soldiers, more importantly?
They turned tail and fled at the sight of the night sky.
Did you change weight since too? Might also affect voice. Not really, no. I've gone up and I've gone down, but generally I always bob around the same-ish area. I do listen to a YouTuber though who gained like 100 pounds over the past 5-6 years, and his voice got super affected, like crazy affected. It's actually really sad to listen to be honest.
The children of the everlasting dark have also retreated back to Woven Oath. Try as they might, they could not deny the truth of their own eyes.
Mm-hmm.
The sunless sea of heaven, full of love and grace, where none need know pain or suffering.
Yeah, I want to hug him too.
In that moment, when the sky's light began to wane, I knew our prayers had been answered. That we were doomed to face oblivion at life's end no longer. When first we met, I harbored certain suspicions about you. Now I see that I was right. You are the bringers of shadow, the warriors of darkness, the saviors for whom we have prayed for so long.
I suppose you're not entirely wrong. But we are not worthy of your reverence, nor have we any desire to be worshipped. If you would pray, pray for your children, that they may one day know a better world.
I will do as you say. But please, let us at least hold a feast to celebrate your victory. You deserve that much.
I'm sorry, Runar, but there is still much to be done and scant time in which to do it. We must go. All of us. For we share the same path and the same fate.
I never had confirmation, but would it ever rain in lore during the everlasting night? I doubt it goes in. I doubt it does in game because of technical limitations. But if Amarang can still get cold at night, then wouldn't there be other weather effects? The impression I got, or that I thought was really cool, is that light is stasis, right? So there's no weather because of the stasis somehow, I guess. Maybe temperature. There's very little temperature variance. Maybe there's not high and low pressure. It's just all. And then as soon as you break the light away, it can go back to normal to a certain degree. I get the sense that, yeah, it's a game engine thing too. But in lore, I don't know whether it's confirmed. I haven't seen it on my playthrough so far. Maybe someone else in chat can help you. What's Alphino and Alice doing at this point?
So be it. I ask only that you hold us in your hearts, as we would hold you in ours. Now, and ever after. By the boundless dark. This I swear.
Yeah, basically they went back to the regions where we found them, and they said, okay, we're going to go look and hunt for the Light Wardens there. Hey, man. I like Ardbert. He's like one of my favourites. Isn't he great? My Final Fantasy character tier list video, Ardbert is going to be at the top. Who would I put? Ardbert is like A. Gaius is S. Nero is S. Who else is in A? Ishtola's in A. Uriange's B. Alphino and Alice are B. Oh no, Alice's B. Alphino's A. Alpha? I don't think you can put Alpha in the tier list. You can't do Alpha. Gabu. Gabu is S+, baby. Gabu is S+. You cannot help but feel something is bothering Ishtola. Is it the fact that since coming back to life, she can hardly detect you within all this light aether? Oh, Go Setsu. Holy shit. Whoa, would people actually like to see that tier list? I could do a tier list. Yotsuyu would be on there as well. Go Setsu is definitely A. Maybe, no, Go Setsu's S. Matoya is A. Cryo and Tataru, they're probably both down at like C. They're alright, but I mean... Vor3, he's like D. Vor3's alright. But he's hardly ever been on screen. Alpha is its own alpha tier above S. Yeah, the S plus alpha tier. Wait till you catch up to Endwalker. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. There's probably some characters I'm missing out. I still haven't seen Grahatia. Macon doesn't count. Though it pains me to leave, it's time I returned with you and the others to Crystarium. But before we go, might I speak with you in private? I will await you in my chambers. Let's finger... Okay. Let's finger? No. We're going to talk about... whatever. Let's figure out what Urianger... Is she going to tell me if Urianger's lying? If Urianger is lying, I think he might be about to go up a tier in the list. If that's like a thing. The Namazu Merchant. Estinian? I mean, Estinian's cool, but... To be honest, I'm not so hot on him anymore. Let's finger don't want to know which character you're thinking of. Thanks for coming. I thought to keep my suspicions to myself, but after witnessing your victory at Raktika Falls, I fear they proved true, and so I must share them with you. From the first, when we met at Fort Gone, your aether has appeared, tainted, suffused with an overabundance of light, not unlike the Sin Eaters. When you defeated the Light Warden, I feared light which poured forth from it was not negated by Heidelin's blessing. Rather, it was absorbed into your being. Urianger also suspects as much, though he's unwilling to share his thoughts on the matter. One thing is certain. I like this. You've got kind of two, like, scholarly people, and they have very different approaches. One thing is certain. With every warden you defeat, the danger to you grows greater. Greater perhaps than we can imagine. If you begin to feel anything strange, anything at all, pray inform me at once. So, by the way, once we break all these... When we get rid of the Light Wardens and the light in the sky, what about the barrier around... What about Doma? What about all those other places? Are they just fucked forever, or what? Does it recede? You should hurry before the others begin to worry. Once I've sorted my things here, I'll join you. Are we actually going to save the world, or are we just going to save this chunk of the world that remains? Oh my god, look how good that looks. The rain outside. That's a keep playing thing, WP? Yeah, I was being fairly rhetorical there. It did look pretty fucked beyond the wall, that's true, yes it did. What's up with all the animals on their... Animal ears on human characters though? This game's just shitty with alternate races. I don't think that many Final Fantasy plans want to look it in the eye very much, but... To be honest, they basically do the baseline, what you'd expect from most MMOs. They're like vaguely anthropomorphic animals, aren't they? I think I look quite properly animalistic. Still obviously nowhere near as good as a Char, but... We took one last patrol of the perimeter. All things considered, Sitherbow remains relatively unscathed. Thanks to the antidote, all those who were poisoned will make a full recovery, and with the night sky returning, their prayers have at last been answered. Yeah, the Matoya music, I was just enjoying that too. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Shall we be off then? Art thou certain this is best? I'll not deny there is part of me that wishes I could stay. For 2 years I've lived with the Blessed, learned their culture, even going so far as to adopt Master Matoya's name as my own. But I pray I did honour to it. Now is not the time for doubt or hesitation. Come, we must return to the Crystarium. You would like Char, but fashion's the only end game, and Char are a fashion disaster. I like Hrothgar more. That's a misdiagnosis of the issue. The issue is that fashion is the end game. That shouldn't be the situation. Alright, no, we don't pay. So as long as I have these tickets in my inventory, I have a whole other click to go through. Fashion is the end game. Fashion, no, that's disputable, first of all. But even if I don't dispute it, which I should, it's the end game at the moment. It's what the community has settled on because other areas are unsatisfied. because the mastery system has failed, because elite specialization acquisition has failed, because guild rank levels have failed, because all other forms of progression have failed, because build craft in PvE has generally failed, and ascended acquisition and so on. That's why fashion is the only thing left. But I'm not even going to give you that point. It's not the end game of Guild Wars 2. For some people it is. It is passing strange to see the Crystarium so seemingly desolate. Yeah, it appears all is well. Yeah, where is everyone? What? Oh, I really like these scenes where we come back to the Crystarium. Hopefully the others will arrive before long. I know he would say he'd be watching from the shadows, but doesn't it seem wrong to leave without at least telling him itself? Honestly, even in 14, it feels like the end game as well. At least you've got houses and shit to decorate in 14 on top of that. But you have loads of classes to meaningfully level. I think it lasts a lot longer than in Guild Wars. All things considered, it's hardly surprising that Alphino and Alice have yet to arrive. But where is the Exarch? My friends! It's good to see you all again. Hello, Alphino. Alphino, it's been too long. Someone's got a question for you, chat, if anybody wants to help him out. Someone's posted a comment. I assume your presence here means that you brought word of the warden hiding in Raktika? Well, we killed it. What more word do you need? Found and slain, you say? I should have known. Ylmor has but recently dispatched soldiers to all corners of Northrend to defend them, and I'm glad to see their efforts were wasted on the Greatwood. Speaking of Ylmor, what came of your meeting with Warthry? Yes, about that. It proved to be... Ugh, wait, what's going on? Are you alright? Is he ill? Exarch, you mustn't push yourself. Your time away from the tower has clearly taken its toll. No doubt you are all tired as well, having travelled so far. Why don't we all take a much-needed rest before we discuss our findings? I thought to propose the very same. After your clash with the warden, you deserve a chance to recuperate. It's settled then. We'll reconvene after everyone has had time to settle in. Oh yeah, so no more Lahi now, guys. Oh, look. So I now know Sloppy. I know Lahi. What else should I know, everybody? In FF14 you have housing, raids, extreme trials, fashion, gold saucer, PvP, leveling, crafting, gathering, battle classes, mounts, treasure maps, and way more. Well, Guild Wars has a lot of those features too, but it doesn't... They're all shallow. They all end quickly because ArenaNet is scared of being accused of foisting grind upon the player base. It's one of those things. Have you ever heard the idea of listening to your critics too much? It's basically that. Guild Wars 2 discontinues many of its features. Oh, I mean, that's true as well, yeah. Very striking. I like this room a lot. You know, I say I don't like this place much, but it is interesting. It's a really weird vibe. It's not what I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be like a high fantasy kind of... But instead we've actually got like this almost like techie feel about the place. You know, the iron punk. Is iron punk the right word? Welcome back, sir. Returned from a lengthy excursion, I take it. Well, your room has been made ready, if you care to retire. Very good. Man, every time I'm here with the manager of sweets, I'm excited. Is this going to be a good lore scene here? Ooh, nut bake. A veritable sack full of luscious seeds and nuts went into this sweet and tasty pastry. Okay, that's the nut bake. A baguette. Just straight up baguette. This rustic loaf of bread exudes the appetizing aroma of upland wheat. Pixie apple pie. A flaky, buttery crust surrounds a sweet compote of stewed pixie apples, flavoured with a hint of cinnamon. Or a blood tomato juice. Ripe, pulpy tomatoes have been crushed and mixed with fresh fruit juice to create this blood red beverage. I think I want the nut bake. I'm gonna get 2 nut bakes. The Marks and Spencer's ad. I didn't know whether the Marks and Spencer's voice would come through much because I'm already talking quite like evenly. Good like those nuts, guys.
So there's a light sealed inside you, is there? You wouldn't know it from the outside. You look the same as you ever did to me.
Hi, dude. They wrote this guy in such a nice way. After the setup post Heaven's Ward, this guy could have been delivered very differently, but he's the most like likable, like genuine, kind of like normal, friendly character I've ever experienced in this game. What if that changes? What if it overwhelms me?
I'm damned if I know. It's not as if I can lift a finger to help myself, much less you.
No, I know, man, I know.
Have faith in your friends, look out for them, and hope that they look out for you. What more can you do?
I don't know, I just don't want to fail. I'm scared of failing. Isn't that what you did?
Think he was telling the truth? Emmett, I mean. All that rot about Hydaelyn being no different from any other primal.
Well, you were there. You saw her.
If so, what would that make her blessing? Are we just slaves to her will?
That's the question. I mean, I was asking chat this earlier. You know, I was saying, chat, what's the difference between being a fanatic and being tempered, right? At what point are our desires and ambitions our own? We're all molded by something, you know? Does free will exist, or are we just getting thrown about by the input thrown upon us as we go through life and our biology? Maybe even in a world of magic that's still true.
Let's pay him no mind. Lies the Ascian stock in trade. Villains, heroes, all a matter of perspective, they'd have you believe. One man's fond memory, another's waking nightmare.
You were espousing a similar thing when I first met you.
Me, I'm no saint or savior. Just another sinner. And I know damn well I'm in no position to judge. When I saw the people of Slitherbough look up at the sky and celebrate the return of the dark, felt good. It was moments like that that I cherished. Much more than the thrill of adventure. The quiet after the storm.
They know what they're doing, because this is literally, they know that these scenes are gold dust. I mean, what he's saying is how I feel. You know, I'm looking forward to this scene with him at the inn, with the setting sun, more than clearing the sky or the boss fights and stuff. I like this, right? Ardbert, we are kindred spirits, my friend. If you think he's likable now, do all the role quests.
I always took comfort in that.
I mean too. I would very much like to do them. Is there kind of a standard time when most people take a break to do the role quests? Can I weave the role quests? Could I do like one bit of the tank role quest now, and then another bit next time we come to the Crystarium, and then a bit more then? Could I do like 2, like just dip them in? That might be a smart way to do it, right? Yeah, you can. They actually go zone by zone. You don't need to do the whole chain back to back. Oh, see, I didn't know that, guys. I didn't know that. Oh, I will do it then. We're going to do a role quest in a minute. We can do 4 of them in a row. Oh, we're back to the source. It's my boys. Ooh. Holy shit, an image of Garlemald. An exterior shot of the city. It's an Endwalker map, guys. S-tier team, indeed. The Shadow Hunter and Astinian stalk its streets.
What did the scouts have to report?
Oh, they're doing the Castro music.
Several skirmishes, but nothing of consequence. The fighting seems to have taken its toll on both sides.
A stalemate, then. The Alliance has done well to hold the line for so long. But then they did have Ishgardian reinforcements.
Nevertheless, neither side has any appetite for a prolonged engagement. 'Tis but the calm before the storm. And should the Empire choose to bring their full might to bear?
Dude, having Roose Bolton voice the Shadow Hunter, I'm not gonna lie, I'm vain enough that that's definitely a big part of why I like him so much. This is so Batman and Batman, I know, right?
To say nothing of Black Rose. All the more reason to hasten our search. How close are your people to identifying our next target?
Close enough. Though I have received some troubling intelligence.
The face fits it so well as well, you know?
One of our generals posted to the Alamegan front recently disappeared without trace from the battlefield at Gimlet Dark.
Odd. Dead seems unlikely. Fled less so. I wonder where he'll turn up.
Were I a betting man, I would say here, in the capital. Not that any deserter who valued his life would contemplate returning, but a corpse might, given the right encouragement.
In the manner of his royal remains, you mean?
Elidibus plainly has no need of a new host, so the question becomes who?
Wait, I feel like I'm missing the plot here a little bit. Hold on. One of the generals posted to the Alamegan front recently disappeared without a trace. So one of the allies is generals, like a general from Limsa Laminsa or a someone from there, right? It was a Garlean general. Oh, we watched Xenos kill the guy. Have we actually saw Xenos kill him? I vaguely remember. Holy fuck, I didn't think they'd spiral a story out of that. And what are they saying? They're saying... They're suggesting that Elidibus doesn't use the body. They're suggesting another Ascian is around.
It may be that another player has joined the game.
They're saying this guy got killed. They only know he's missing, but we know he's dead because we saw Xenos kill him, right? So the idea here is that another Ascian has probably taken the body, or someone else who can take bodies. Right, okay. Another player's joined the game.
Something to consider at any rate. But come, there is work to be done.
Oh. Or ... Is there something I can figure out? It's Gaboo. Yeah, the voices are great, aren't they, Mighty Gem?
These bloodless games make for poor sport.
Look at the katana-bearing Centurion. Just call him Xenos.
Mayhap if father... Nay. I am a stranger to him in this body. Besides, there is but one hand that can make me whole again. My enemy. My friend. I know not what entertainment occupies you, but if you will not clear the way for me, then I shall seize the reins of fate once more.
Wait, at this point, Gaius, Justinian, and the Warrior Light don't know about actual Xenos here. Okay, but the player base knew, right? I mean, we totally knew. They were pretty explicit about it, right? I mean, I figured it out the very first time he was on screen because we had a huge conversation with chat about it and we sort of worked it out. Players definitely knew. Like, it wasn't even a theory, it was confirmed for players. But in-game, none of the characters know. Okay. Why do I feel like Xenos has a picture of the main character by his bed? Because he's obsessed with us. So, but what's he doing there, though? Right, so it wasn't an Ascian, it was just Xenos. Xenos took the body. Xenos took the commander's body. Yeah, Gaius and Justinian are wondering about Xenos without knowing it was Xenos. Of course. Right, I gotcha. Manager of Sweets. Hello. Judging by his countenance, the manager of Sweets has ill tidings for you. What the fuck is this image? Am I enjoying Shadowbringers? It's really good. It's definitely as good as Stormblood, which was better than Heaven's Ward. I suspected that you might be awake. I could scarce imagine you sleeping through such a commotion. An entire host of Sin Eaters appears to be advancing upon the Crystarium. Emergency measures are being taken as we speak. Rest assured, however, that we're safe so long as we remain under the Crystal Tower's aegis. You may return to your quarters if you wish. Yeah, I thought you might feel that way, and I cannot say your assistance would be anything less than welcome. I must remain here to disseminate information to the other residents, but you are under no such obligation, and thus are free to aid any of the townsfolk who may be in distress. The extra tends to become a point of congregation in times of need, crowded with those seeking solace and companionship. You have my personal gratitude if you would offer something to those there. Okay, so roll quest, real quick. The thing is, I don't have any blue exclamation marks. Everyone's gone. Or is it just... No, there they are. They are this. There we go. Casual roll quest. Oh, is it not casual? Is it not going to be good? WP, how are you enjoying Shadowbringers? Oh my lord. Someone just joined. That's not the same message, is it? I'm definitely enjoying it. If that is the same message. They're at the bar. They were inside, were they? At the table. Grandson, this guy. AWP, how are you enjoying Shadowbringers so far? Oh wow, who's this? So that's a cardinal sin, is it? The tall dark stranger regarding you with a mixture of curiosity and approval. This is the Rogadin, member of Ardbert's group. The tone change here is going to be crazy. Can't say I've chatted with you before. Think I'd remember if I had. Seen your fair share of fighting, have you? I'm wary besides, huh? Rest assured, I've no secret designs. Name's Grandson, bounty hunter by trade, mostly sin eaters. When I first laid eyes on you, I had a feeling you were a tough bastard. The sort that must get mistaken for that warrior of darkness folks have been talking about recently. That right? And then we shake our head at this point. Easy, killer. I couldn't care less who you are or what you've done. The only thing I'm looking for these days is a like-minded partner. Someone willing to join me in the hunt for the biggest prize this side of Norvrand. Prize, you say? When you finish all the role quests, there's a long yellow bonus side quest chain that ties up all the stories. Honestly, the fact is a yellow quest is criminal. Yeah, someone told me the story's really good. What's a Rogadin? Yeah, they're like Frankenstein people is how I always think of it. Heh. Thought that'd grab your attention. They're kind of this game's equivalent of Norn, but they're actually more exotic than the Guild Wars Norn. That's one of the rare examples. Final Fantasy is actually much better there. How do we say this? Dechiasins, the fiend I'm after, one of the so-called cardinal virtues, as folks will want to call them. Former warriors of light, the esteemed heroes who saved the realm a century ago. Dear old Brandon was one of them, I'm told. Stop me if you've heard all this before. Anyway, I like his comrades, he died in the process, only to return relatively recently as a sin eater. The better to torment we few who survived their mercy. Needless to say, I aim to put an end to all that. I've never heard of these Rogadin. Wait, am I saying it wrong? You've heard the pitch, so what's the answer? Yeah, let's hunt him down. Dikiosen? Oh, they want you to say Gulgent. Oh, I see. Yeah. In the first, they're called Gulgent. Not a whit of hesitation. I like you, sinner. Nevertheless, I'll need you to humour me and prove you're the Davand I think you are, for my sake as well as yours. I've heard reports of stray sin eaters drifting close to the Crystarium. Come with me and put my mind at ease. Okay. So what kind of length are we looking at here? What kind of like level of sophistication and stuff? This is one of those weird bits where, because it's a blind series, I mean, I really don't know. This is the Roe and Ardbert's party, by the way. Yeah. 10 to 15 minutes per. Oh, that's fine. Oh, you guys gave me the impression there it was going to be like a half an hour, 40-minute massive quest with a duty in the middle for each one, you know? So hold on, once I do this as well, I can go back to, oh Christ, what's his name? Faye, right? I can go back to Faye in Ishgard after this, can't I? Few townsfolk are about, and you spy none who appear to be in distress. No one's in distress, guys. Alice's here. I've only just returned from Amarang. Yet I find the Crystarium moments from being beset by sin eaters. Oh no, we're back to the main storyline. Whoopsie. Where are they coming from? This shouldn't be possible. We restored the darkness. Well, this is a fortunate coincidence, says Alphino. Brother, tell me you have some idea of why this is happening. I may, but for the moment we'll need to postpone such discussions in favour of action. Crystal Exarch is preparing to deploy a barrier around the Crystarium as we speak. Ensuring that he's able to do so should be our first concern. There are a number of instruments placed about the Crystarium that function as anchors for the barrier. I'm on my way to activate them now. In which case, 3 pairs of hands would be better than 1. Very well, I'll take the others to the south. Oh my god, when I said weaving, I didn't mean this much. Yeah, I'll get the one tie up, sure. Right, so where I actually wanted to go is the man with too many scars. We're going straight out to Lakeland. Let's go to Fort Job, run south. No, 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 no. Did that consume it? WP weaves in his quest like his skills, not the optimal time. Look, what do you want from me? I don't know what's going to happen with that attack. We could be going into a ton of stuff. I don't know how I'm going to feel after that attack. You know, the idea of doing a roll, let's say the Exarch dies, Vor 3 pledges allegiance to me, and suddenly I find myself at the start of a trial where Vor 3's a party member, Elidibus is a party member, Gaius bursts in from another reality or something, and then it's like, oh, go do the roll quest now. Fuck that, no way. I'm not gonna be able to stop, am I? Once you pop, you can't stop. So I'm gonna do it now. WP writing fanfic. Can you imagine how bad it would be? I reckon as far as my fanfic would go, it would have really good ideas, but terrible execution. The Sin Eaters we're sighted west of the Accensa Gate, so we'll need to head through there before we begin our search. Oh, and if you happen to have any objections to killing Eaters for sport, remember that many were once innocent people. You'll be doing them a favour putting them out of their misery. Okay. Also like ArenaNet's writing? Ugh, that's so unfair. That's not true. ArenaNet's actually the reverse of that. In later years, I think their execution, like take the library scene in Path of Fire with Cormyr, the execution is phenomenal. Yeah, Final Fantasy does the little cutscenes and stuff, but look at how well that whole sequence plays out. I mean, it's incredibly cool. But the actual ideas at play there and the lore that's going on there aren't that great. Iceberg Saga had some good ideas, though. Just straight up good ideas. It remains to be seen whether End of Dragons has good ideas with all the Jade Tech and Dune and all that shit. Hopefully it does. Right now, we can't know. But they tend to like not have a good sense of the universe, I think. Which sucks. I would say they're the reverse for sure. Okay, so as a tank thing, is it going to ask me to do tanky things, or...? Shit, I could have been flooding them. Flood of shadow the whole time. should get Garnet out. I should definitely get Garnet out. Not only does it make the fights faster, but it can actually level him up. Which would be very useful. I really want this game to have a bestiary, so like there's some value in killing one of everything. Oh well, I'll just try to remember the next fight, because you never know, he might disappear. Good clean work, this is clearly not your first time. Thank you. AWP, I wanted to ask you for some days now. Well, hello. I had no luck until now. Have you ever played one of the games in the Spellforce series? Although it's technically a real-time strategy, the way hero leveling and buildcraft works reminds me heavily of Guild Wars 1. Actually, no, I haven't played that. I really haven't, I'm afraid to say. How old is that series? Or one game? Or... Well, you say it's a whole series. I don't know. I mean, can anyone vouch for that in chat? Honestly, I think FF14's cheaper way of execution is what's allowing them to do so much content. Yeah, it is, yeah. It's that, what was the analogy someone said? Guild Wars is a Ferrari stuck in a car park. Final Fantasy is like a horse-drawn carriage that has just been plodding along and along and along, and at the end of the day, one of them's got all the way down the highway and the other one's still in the car park. A bit of a strained metaphor, but that's... I think ArenaNet aims way too high, basically. Too much voice acting, too much presentation, too much cinematics, too much engaging content in terms of like what they're asking their players to do. They're too scared of just the lore. They're too scared of just their characters. They're too scared of just their combat system. So they prop everything up. They go way too heavy, way too far with all of it. They try to make every moment a blockbuster moment. Not every moment, but a lot of it. A much higher proportion than Final Fantasy does. And the result is you get way less. And I don't think that matches with MMO cultures and MMO playstyles. I think that's the big mistake. It's a very easy mistake to get trapped by as well, I think. Especially once, like, you've set up a precedent now. You've set up a... Like, Guild Wars players won't tolerate less. So you're kind of stuck doing too much, you know? It's like, here's a perfect example. Here's an incredibly vain, arrogant example about me, which is not on the same scale at all, but does represent this. It's like with my Let's Plays, you know. I've created a precedent and an idea that my Let's Plays are all about heavy research and, you know, blah, 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 blah. So if I throw out a random one, there will be people who think, oh, this isn't good anymore. The fact is, if I had never done that format, you might have seen 10, 20, 30, 40 Let's Plays over the years from me. You might have seen so much more content. But now I'm like locked into this higher standard, you see? And a lot of that is me locking myself in because of my own insecurity. And that's the same with ArenaNet. They lock themselves in because of their own insecurity. They're insecure, I guess, that the combat system is enough to carry on its own. This is why, again, like, fucking people who talk shit about DRMs. Oh, God. DRMs are brilliant. I shout it from the rooftops. Just having some confidence in the baseline stuff. So, just make sure you're still keen on our arrangement. Macon, will you join me and hunt the Dread Fiend and put an end to his existence? Yeah, sure. I mean, are we going to do it instantly? Alright, now every hunt begins with an investigation. Ours is no exception. He's a rather difficult eater to pin down. Before you ask, I've no intention of leading us out into the wilds without an inkling of his whereabouts. Norvran may not be a particularly large realm, even before the flood, but it'd take us dozens of lifetimes to scour every nook and cranny. So we'll start by asking around the place. I know for a fact he's attacked before, the village of Wright from Kalusha. While I don't have a reason to believe he'll return, I'd like to think that the survivors might know something of value. After all, you could be sure that they haven't forgotten the day the bastard came through, so let's be off then. Wait, but in Kalusha, surely I can just... Yeah, okay, good. I'm glad I felt like something was off there, and I'm glad I, like, double-checked. Oh, right, dragon response missions, not digital rights management. Yeah, dragon response missions. DRMs could be incredible, but execution fell flat due to cutting IBS. You got it the wrong way around. DRMs wouldn't exist without cutting the Icebridge Saga. DRMs are an example of something brilliant that comes from time constraints and budget constraints. They're an extremely efficient, beautiful middle ground. They are what they are because Champions had to tell all those stories and had to have all that content. So they made that new format because of the cuts, not in spite of the cuts. But yeah, now they've sort of found a great middle ground. I think they can take that, and they're the kernel of what that is. And I think you'd be surprised, guys, how much you'd enjoy a DRM if instead of exploring a map you've been to 100 times, like Brisbane Wildlands, you're in a new environment, just like a fucking corridor if you want it to be. You're in a new place you've never seen before, and you're fighting new enemy at the end of it. You know, the boss isn't something reused, it's something new. I think you'd be surprised. That's probably the only two that would just add that extra bit of sense of adventure and intrigue and excitement. Like a little area of a map. It would work quite well, I think. Alright, welcome to Right. Let's split up. Better odds of turning up useful information that way, I'd wager. Okay. Isn't that just a dungeon? No, not really. DRMs are much more about like how they scale with multiple people and how they have different modes that you can opt in and out of, and the pace of NPC dialogue. Dungeons don't have NPCs running along with you talking the way they do. Dungeons aren't as focused on story delivery as DRMs are. It's a story instance. That's what it is. It's a sophisticated story instance, not a dungeon. Where did you come from? What do you want with me? I mean, it's similar to a dungeon, don't get me wrong, but yeah. Alright, the eater that's spit an image of a gold gent knight. Yeah. I can't help you. All I know is that when he came, he wicked white. If you'd seen the carnage, you would... I'm sorry, I can't talk about this. Wow, you really fucked this place up, eh? Ah, what do you want with me? The Sin Eater, the one that came and killed everyone. Oh gods, is he here? Then why are you talking about him? Oh, I knew I should have stayed inside. There's nothing but death out there now. Nothing but death and horrors and eaters and... Ah! Wow, these people are messed up. You say, do you still play DRMs, but what content are you still playing? Is that to me or somewhere else in chat? I personally haven't played DRMs for a while now. I feel like I've got what I got out of them. But, you know, that's merely a matter of, like, long-term rewards and stuff. And I also don't know whether it's fair to foist the expectation on any single feature in the game to keep people's attention for a year straight. Those early DRMs are coming up on a year old now, aren't they? When was the first DRM added? And in a healthy game environment where we get expansion and living world and expansion and living world, you're not necessarily going to need that out of a DRM anyway, are you? Well, learn anything worth sharing? It's like saying, oh, Auric Basin is shit, because when was the last time I played the Auric Basin meta? I haven't properly played that. I might have glimpsed towards it at some point once this year. But I haven't really been regularly playing it for about 3 years. So it's shit content now, is it? Or is it just that I had my time with it and I finished it? Oh, you got the mead! You posted a picture in Discord. Nice! What's it taste like? Are you going to heat up? You got the mead. Nice, man. I wish I could say I'm surprised, but I'm not. What we saw that day, what he did to us, there's no moving on from that. What exactly happened here? What's your connection to this village? Well, I was planning to tell you the whole story eventually, but I suppose now is as good a time as any. Okay, flashback. I was born and raised in Rye. Lacking any real prospects, I eked out a living as a hunter. Might have tried my hand at something more exciting had I not also been trying to provide for the love of my life, Melinda. When I scanned ahead there, I thought that said Menphilia for a second, and that really weirded me out. It was about a year ago that she accepted a commission from this Yormoran trader. The bloke dealt mostly, in antiques, and he had this bracelet in need of restoration. bloody old with a questionable provenance, but supposedly it once belonged to some royalty or some such. The Fangs of Orthus, he called it. Me and her had been talking about tying the proverbial knot. Buying land, building a home, that sort of thing. Around here, that might not take much, but it was still a lot more than we had. So when the trader made his offer, she didn't hesitate to say yes. I'd gone down to the shipyards to pick up extra tools and materials she needed for the work. Quality stuff, but it'd pay for itself 10 times over. But when I got back to Wright... Oh dear. Oh shit. Ascian had been busy. I spied at least a dozen newborn ears fluttering about, trying to make sense of their new lot. The grandmother who lived next door and shared the fruits of her orchard with us. The gruff woodsman who'd brought firewood to our doorstep in the dead of winter. Both of them reduced to mindless fiends, just like that. There wasn't time to mourn or to think. I started looking for Melinda. And then there she was, alive and well. Our eyes met, and we knew it was going to be alright. We ran for each other, and he crushed her and turned her into an angel? Sin Eater? Even now, a year later, it doesn't feel real. One moment she was there, right there, in front of me. And the next, she was... Ascian knelt and took the Fangs of Orthus, then left, leading a host of Sin Eaters out of Wright. But Melinda, I still couldn't see her as anything else. She wouldn't budge. She just hovered there and stared, waiting for me to end it. Well, I could never say no to her, not once in the years we'd been together. For all the time she'd welcome me home with a bowl of hot stew, all the time she laughed at my crude jokes and gave me counsel when I was losing my way. For all that and more, I killed her. I swore then and then I'd have my vengeance. Ascian would die by my hand. I carved the scars in my flesh to mirror the ones he left on my soul. Oh, wow, that's so emo. An enduring reminder of the vow that I dare never stray from the path, including this one across the middle of your face. There, all done. No need to wallow in it. Wouldn't want my tragic yet trite tale put you off our hunt. Still with me to the end, sinner. Yeah, he's just like Frey. Yeah. That's the spirit. Still, I have some unfinished business here. So, if you could give me a moment before we resume, I'd be most grateful. I suppose it's the tank role quest. What's the woman's name? Natswo? What was her name? Did she write this as well? Because she did Shadowbringer, she did the Dark Knight quest. Did she write this? Grandson would like nothing more than to leave Wright behind. Oh, that was it. That was the whole quest done. Sorry to keep you waiting, Sinner. I'm sure you're eager to get back to it, as am I. Trouble is, in your absence, I failed to turn up any information on the whereabouts of the Cardinal. There's one line of inquiry I've yet to pursue, though. The Fangs of Orthus. The bracelet my beloved was supposed to restore, and that Eater took with him when he left Wright. Sin Eaters are mindless fiends, driven only by base instinct. Everyone knows that. They've no need for worldly possessions. Yet he took the bracelet anyway, which can only mean that there's something unique about this particular antique, while the sinless bastard's somehow different to the rest of his ilk. Either way, I think we need to learn more about the Fangs of Orthus, and I know just the man to ask, the Yomoran trader who commissioned Melinda's services. Much as I'd like to question myself, though, I don't think that's an option. Even though the attack a year ago is common knowledge, I doubt the trader will believe that an Eater stole his precious trinket. He's more likely to accuse me of theft and have me clapped in irons. So I'm afraid you'll have to go in my stead, Macon. Melinda said that he was a regular at the Beehive, so try looking for him there. Oh my god, we're going to the club. This is a badly timed story, isn't it? Aren't the Yomorans literally attacking the Crystarium right now? It's okay, we've slipped behind enemy lines. It works, it makes sense. It's okay, guys. It totally makes sense. Oh, I never attuned. Oh no, but you're not allowed to attune, are you? I didn't have permission to attune. Incinerator attack off to the strip club. I know, right? She just wrote the main quest, not sure about all the side quests. Yeah, but these are kind of like special side quests, right? So I was wondering if maybe it was still her hand. Man, it's a cold day today. Oh wow, I'm under a new Windows weather. Windows has a weather called haze. And apparently that's what I'm in today. IRL. You got your first snow today. So sad you have to wait for the Aetheryte to be available or walk. Better return to the attack on the Crystarium. I get the sense that whenever I stop to do a role quest, there's going to be insane pressure to just keep going on the MSQ. But we have to do it anyway, guys. And apparently they're good, so what does it matter? Shit, I went the wrong way. Oh, God. You're not a big fan of snow, but for some reason this year you were looking forward to it? Imagine if the Windows weather said everlasting light. Man, I'm beginning to think that this region will be the last region. Oh my god, I just had a theory. Is Ranji a light warden? I get the feeling that this will be the last region we clear. Who's the light warden here? Because that's what that immediately made me think. Who is it? Is it Vol3 or Ranji? The first two that I think of. Realistically, we don't know when DRMs were made and how much work was put in to spit out these 10. But hopefully they use our feedback on the stuff they nailed. Like the scaling difficulty was really well done. Yeah, I believe probably the best course of action, if I was at the studio, what I would do, and I'm not even slightly unsure about this, I would have all the stuff that DRMs did in the End of Dragon's main story, in any of those instances, but I wouldn't brand it DRMs. That would just be what story journal quests look like now. Not everyone, sorry, story journal instance quests. I'd build them like that. And just say, look, this is what story instances are now. We're going to take all the really good stuff we got from DRMs. See, if the DRM isn't the be-all and end-all of the patch, if there's other things going on, I mean, DRMs just get a bad rap. They get a bad rap because they were all that was left of the patches attached to a season that was supposed to be expansion level, alright? And they were spread out over 6 months. More than that, wasn't it? Well, how long did Champions run from? So it's really easy to hate on DRMs because you log in and you're dissatisfied, but it's not the DRM's fault. It's not the initiative. WP, I think you missed the stories in your rankings of Guild Wars products. Faction storyline is Formseer better than all Guild Wars 2 storylines? No, it's not. It's not that good. It's better on paper than it is to play. But that's also true. I mean, if we just say on paper stories, yeah, I think Factions is pretty good. And I mentioned that. That's world building. It's not that good. It's alright, but it's very wonky and weird. It's like, oh, we'll get the urn, we'll get the spear. Oh, never mind, we'll go back and we'll... Okay, here you go. Alright, now we're done. That's basically how Factions plays. The second half of the story just... There's not much really there. It's okay. The setting's great. The environment's great. The world building is great. The story isn't that great. And I did my most recent playthrough of that game publicly last year. I will not be lectured to by someone probably coasting on nostalgia that hasn't played it for like half a decade or more. That's my guess anyway. I don't recall if I can currently, but you should try to attune again. Oh yeah, okay, I'll try. And to what do I owe this pleasure that is your company? The Fangs of Authors, you say? How very interesting. I should be glad to, yeah, and let's face it, it's just a zombie storyline, alright? It's a pumped up zombie storyline. I should be glad to tell you everything that I know, under the assumption that you should recover it. You'll see that it returned to its rightful owner at once. I purchased the bracelet from a travelling peddler who claimed it was a relic of Vowbert, the glorious kingdom that fell with the flood like so many others. He spoke true from what I could tell. And I intended... Wait. He purchased the bracelet from a travelling peddler who claimed it was a relic of Vowbert. Right, which was the flooded place, right? In the Pixie Lands? He spoke true, and from what I could tell, I intended to sell it to a collector here for a tidy profit, after having it properly restored by an artisan in Right. Alas, she was one of several casualties of a Sin-Eater attack, during which the fangs of Orthus mysteriously vanished. I have of course been keeping in touch with several contacts on the off chance that the thief might attempt to sell it. They've not, regrettably. But a piece of similar design did recently resurface in Mordsook, I'm told. I was planning to dispatch an agent to investigate, but you seem more than capable of fulfilling that role. As for incentive, you may be assured that any information that aids me in the acquisition of the Fangs of Orthus or similar relics will be well rewarded. Huh. So did Ardbert and everyone grow up there? Shadowbringers is kind of a pumped up zombie storyline too. I mean, to be fair to you, I think that what I just did there, describing factions so loosely, does do a disservice to all the context and, you know, specifics that make a story come to life. You can give a ludicrously plain, stupid, overly simplified description of anything you like to try and discredit it, but it doesn't make it a fair argument, does it? But I would say that largely what Factions does for a lot of its drama and a lot of its intrigue, if you can even say it has much of that in the first place, is pretty bog standard zombie stuff. Factions also has way too many characters. You don't really get time to indulge in, and it's short. So, what did our industrious patron have to say? So he thinks it was stolen, eh? Just as well. Well, we'd probably not know where to head next if it wasn't for his distrusting nature. If this piece of similar design is related to the Fangs of Orthus, then it might attract Dicaiacene's attention, assuming it hasn't already. Let's go. I don't know why I can't say Dicaiacene. Sometimes I get it, and then suddenly I just don't. So, armoring now. I was wondering if they just throw me armoring. Hey WP, how far have you got in the return achievements? I finally caught up and oh my, is it a slog on some of them. You know, I've actually got a lot to do. Today's stream was very nearly a Guild Wars 2 stream, where I was going to do more of that. I mean, I could swap us to Guild Wars 2, if people want to see that. And yeah, I was thinking of streaming to catch up even more. Basically, I've done a lot of the really low-hanging fruits, but story instances and rare events, I have loads to do. Like, loads and loads and loads. Fine weather we're having today. No such thing as without value, that's the creed of these folk. We'll find no shortage of Vowbertite trinkets here. Finding the right one, on the other hand, is the challenge. I say divide and conquer as before. And what do we get? We get a legendary amulet and a precursor Aurene weapon, right? Yeah, and new players get it all passively, that's true. Well, with just a little bit of effort. Hello, Zin. Well met. How may I be of service to you? Oh, a choker that once belonged to Vowbert royalty, you say? But the thing is, for new players, they don't have all those patches unlocked. If you're an actual new player, how many gems is it for a full living world unlock at this point? If only I had such a remarkable treasure in my possession, but no, I do not. In all my years here, I've never even heard of someone unearthing such a thing. Okay. When was the last time I hung out with Matt? Years ago. A long time ago. Hume Peddler. Yes, do you have business with me, traveller? Ah, the Vowbertite choker, is that what all this fuss is about? Then you're in for luck, my husband has yet to sell it. Once we realised how valuable it was, though, he insisted on carrying it with him at all times. This guy's in danger. If you're not willing to wait for him to return, you could try to find him in the ruins where he's scavenging for relics. They're not far. Uh-oh. I wouldn't even go to Granson now, I'd just immediately try and get to these ruins. What news, friend? I kind of wanted to play Guild Wars 2 while waiting for Endwalker, but then I thought of all the gem costs of getting caught up and decided to uninstall instead. Oh, can I pin that comment? Can I pin that and, like, shine a giant spotlight on it. They need to change. I mean, honestly, they've got to change what they're doing with those gem gates. You know, here's an interesting thing I realised. It was actually from one of you guys in chat. I think it was Shade Signet in chat yesterday. Made a random remark. I said, how long have I got till Shadowbringer's end? And I think it was Shade. They said, ages and ages and ages. And then someone responded to them and said, no, he just means 5.0. They kept using the phrase 5.0. Because to a Final Fantasy player, the expansion is the expansion and 2 years of patches afterwards. Final Fantasy players have been, like, indoctrinated and, like their culture is to rein it all in together, and they judge it all together. And so what that does is that makes the expansions and everything feel so much more satisfying and so much bigger and so on. Guild Wars brands its patches separate. So today, like I did my review of all Guild Wars products, you know, we think of Season 2 as separate to Vanilla. We think of Season 3 as separate to Heart of Thorns, and Season 4 separate to POF. It doesn't all come in together. So the word of mouth and the general, like, satisfaction level, I think, that the community ends up feeling, and the way you think about the product is very different. Even if ArenaNet matches blow for blow in their post-patch content, like they did right after the start of POF, like they did after Heart of Thorns, people don't connect it, and they don't value it the same. And it's like, wow, so why don't ArenaNet just brand it all together? And it's because of the fucking gem gates. It's because you can't do that if there's a gem gate. It's just so bad. It's just, and again, it's savvy. It's fucking Final Fantasy is savvy. And I actually think a lot of other MMOs are savvy. And ArenaNet don't get that luxury, you know? Anyway, that was an observation I had earlier while I was shooting my video, actually. Ha! To think it was that easy. You have the luck of the Fae. But we need to hurry. If my theory is correct, then so long as that scavenger has the choker, he's a target. You know, imagine if people called all of Season 4 and all of the Icebrood Saga as just Path of Fire. You know, we don't think of that even remotely, especially not considering that they basically tried to rebrand the whole thing with the Icebrood Saga. Initially, anyway. But what do you see when you log in on Guild Wars 2? What do you see? You see the Path of Fire character select still there. Do you guys remember asking for that to be snowy around the Grothmar release? It's not that the gem gates for story content. I mean, there has been a single mount skin. It's not just the gem gates for story content. I mean, has there been even a single mount skin that wasn't pay to win yet? Yes, there have. And that's sort of a completely separate point. Yes, the gem store's bad. You're preaching to the choir, but that's not the discussion we're having right now. And even still, yeah, they have done... There's a Warclaw skin you can get, I think. One. It's not very good, but it is there. That is an interesting point. If they package it all together, then it would feel like Path of Fire is this colossal chunk of content by itself. Exactly, yeah. A lot of it is like, people on the internet just say marketing. They just throw this boogeyman word out. They don't really like make any tangibles on it, but that's a tangible for you guys. How things are described and like packaged is huge. The way that they box things up, and I can't imagine. Are they getting that much money from the gems? Is it actually worth it? Is it worth it? Losing all these new players? Mercy, mercy. I think ArenaNet should do a core Tyria rework, or like big patch aimed for new people and bringing the game into the new era, and at that moment they remove all the gem gates at that exact moment. And then you can do a new player drive. Then we're actually cooking with gas. Do it after End of Dragons, have an amazing End of Dragons, and blow everyone's minds with that, and then have this amazing patch afterwards. You will have fanboys pushing the game out with good word of mouth marketing at that point. Perfect timing. 2 years after that, Steam release. Another massive new influx of players. That's how you get Guild Wars 2 back on top. But I don't know. Take whatever you want, but please don't kill me. I have a family. Here he is, the man himself. Please, I beg of you. Oh my god, is he fucking dead? Oh my god. Shadowbringers doesn't fuck around, eh? There it is. It's his crown, right? That we saw him wearing before? Maybe? No. It's multiple times as person. Jesus. Do you hear it scream? Please, please. Just let him walk away. I know. I know. Thank you for pointing that out. I can kill you, don't worry. This is my favourite map music, by the way. Open world map music is killer in this thing, though. What was the description someone had the other day? This is like being at a pool late at night or something? It does have like that swimming pool kind of vibe to it, doesn't it? Lord Scrub 300, thank you so much for the sub, man. Thank you. Oh, and Van3D, half an hour ago. Thank you very, very, very much, guys. Welcome, welcome. I hope you appreciate like the little perks and stuff. I made a promise to myself that I'm not going to talk about subbing at all really today, so but thank you very much. When people sub, I'll say thanks aside from that. If it's profitable thereafter, they could make a Black Lion trading app and charge players dollars after X amount of transactions in a day. I don't quite get what that theory is, but I'm sure it's horrendous. I don't know, it's just all short-sighted. It's good to profit off of the current player base, but growing Guild Wars, it's just everything is structured with that game right now. From, what's that phrase about houses? From the foundation to the screws in the woods. I don't know, what's the phrase? Everything is built short-sightedly. Everything. Everything just screams that they're just trying to get to another game. Everything screams that the other projects are what mattered. And then they fucking got cancelled. So, I mean, righting the ship is it's very easy to say it, right the ship, but the number of places that Guild Wars needs to hammer shit out. And the problem is, okay, and I don't know how to put this diplomatically, I think the community has filled up with people who think that Guild Wars is this is such a banal thing I'm trying to say, because I've spent 10 years on the internet listening to people say the same shit. People in the community who will love everything and anything. It's impossible to dissatisfy them. It's just as good. It's just... Because the thing is, they're on the internet and they're discussing games to have fun, right? And what's fun is being passionate and enthusiastic and excited amongst one another. That's what's fun. So you can become very resentful with the idea of like critical discussions. So that there's a certain way you can be as a consumer. It doesn't matter if you're a Guild Wars fan, a Final Fantasy fan, or whatever fan. There's a certain way you can be as a consumer where all you do is whine about what's wrong. And then there's another way you can be, which is that you just want to talk about fun things and you just want to be enthusiastic. And they're both deep ends that you really don't want to find yourself in. Again, it's a banal point, I know. But I think what's happened with Guild Wars is there are a lot of people who are like willingly blind to a lot of serious problems with the game, born out of this clear desire to be short-term with it. Like so much about Guild Wars design is short-term. And it's like, it doesn't work long-term. They need to change things, but they don't want to hear that. And it's got to the point where I think a lot of people believe the way Guild Wars is the only way it's allowed to be and the only way it can be. Because to change what it is to have a kind of a critique of what it is, and they don't want to engage with that. And it's like, you know, with the Jade Sea discussion, you know, the video I did covering the Jade Sea coverage, I said the community's fighting again in the title, and that might have looked a bit hyperbolic or something, but I think you can really see it there. You can really see the quote fanboys, and you can really see the quote doomers, like properly butting heads there. Because it is crazy how like some people are like the Jade looks crap, therefore everything about Guild Wars looks crap, this game's terrible, irredeemable, blah blah blah. And then you've got like the quote fanboys saying, oh, it's brilliant, it's perfect, there's nothing wrong with it whatsoever, you know, everything about it's gorgeous, what do you mean it looks like Living World, so on, so on, so on. It's like, you really don't want to find yourself in either of those places. I think that everything is redeemable about Guild Wars 2, but I think that everything can be wrong about Guild Wars 2 as well. And I don't know whether it's just the nature of Reddit and upvotes and stuff, but the thing is, when you look at the Jade Sea discussion, the upvotes are all over the fucking place. You know, you'll get a thread that's just like, and I mean, them being all over the place is probably good. That means there's not much of a hive mind there. But it was like a battlefield. It really was. And not just on Reddit, but on the forums too, and on the tweet chains I saw about it. It was really interesting. But I think you see that everywhere with Guild Wars now. And the point that I'm trying to get round to, I'm trying to diplomatically get round to, is I'm a little bit worried that what I think is ArenaNet need to take a sledgehammer to some things in Guild Wars. And I don't know if they have a fan base that will let them take a sledgehammer to things. Let me put it that way. That's one of the biggest arguments I have for Guild Wars 3. I don't know whether people can countenance the kind of stuff ArenaNet would have to do. It's like what I was talking about a second ago with like the expectation of a standard of quality in the storytelling and stuff that limits how much of it they can offer and blah, 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 blah. The expectations are just all over the place now. Shame you missed the fun. This one bit off a bit more than he could chew. Probably because it was a newborn. You can tell by the lingering vestiges of intelligence and self. You can see it in their eyes. Like when Kaya's seen. Don't tell me you saw it. Yeah, I did. By the way, Rickerson gave out 5 gift subs. Rickerson, thank you for that. That's really lovely of you. You guys might want to look. You might have got a lucky sub. You might have to scroll up in chat a little bit. Thank you very much for that, man. Much appreciated. I don't know what I'm going to do with the gold because it's just dropping. So I might put it back to 700. I don't know. We'll see. Wicked White. And he took the choker too. Damn it all, damn it all. He can't keep getting away with it. He can't keep getting away with it. It's just like, right. I was too late to save him, just like I was too late to save her. But not again. Never again. I'll hunt you to the end of the world, Takayasine. Vengeance will be mine. He's very Dark Knighty. And he's got the great sword back there. Right, yes. Another time, another place where he is about. Is he a full-on Dark Knight? It's the worst on Twitter. Some people literally jump into content creators' Twitter replies to shill Guild Wars 2, then make dozens of fake accounts to like and reinforce their shill message. I don't think I've seen that. It's just every time I cut down one, it reminds me of my first, of her. I noticed for the first time that I think ArenaNet were culling comments on their YouTube channel. Because I was in their, the trailer, I was in the trailer comments, which was a similar thing. And there were lots of references in there to messages that you couldn't find anymore. So it might be that, or it might just be that I couldn't personally see those messages because they came from accounts that I personally have blocked because they've said some horrendous shit on my own YouTube. But I don't have many people I've blocked. I've got maybe like 20, over like 10 years, 20 to 30 people have been blocked. Most of them were like sex bots and stuff too. So I don't know. Hello, Mr. Nakoda. Welcome, welcome. You see a lot more Doomers than Shields these days. See, that's a funny thing as well. This is all really boring conversation to me to a certain degree because people just go about this on and on and on and on and on. I cannot count the amount of times I've seen conversations on Reddit. And here's how the conversation goes. Are you ready? I have seen this conversation hundreds of times. Ready? Oh my god, this subreddit's full of fanboys. And then top response. No, this subreddit's full of Doomers. That conversation? I probably see that once a month, every month for 10 years. And it doesn't matter whether fanboy is in the first comment or Doomers in the second comment. It doesn't matter. It's just... I often say the quality of the subreddit's gone down, but it's not really about sentiment. It's not the flavor of the sentiment that I'm talking about. It's the hysteria. It's the ill substance in the messages. Be hysterical if you want. All right? I don't care whether it's positive passion or negative passion, right? But substantiate what you're talking about. That's all that actually matters. And that's the thing. I think there's very little substance. I think that it has sort of shit the bed. It's not necessarily... I think people have always argued one way or the other on there, basically. Time of day... bit of chaos, just in terms of which one's bubble to the top. We may have failed to stop him this time, but what matters is that we'll both live to see another day. Pity the scavenger didn't, and the wife doesn't know yet she's become a widow. Sod it, I'll tell her what happened. I've been there, so maybe it'll help her find the right words, not that there ever are any. Afterwards, I'll have a good think about our next step. Don't let me keep you from your other affairs, Macon. We'll speak again soon. These role quests are very simple at the moment. One more? What level is it? 76? And we just hit the threshold. Okay, so this is the last one. Same story over with the Pokemon community, going in circles over we're being walked over or whether we just accept anything poor quality. I mean, yeah, genuinely, I don't know a fandom where I haven't seen that exchange. That exchange comes up over and over and over and over and over again. It's so boring to me. Okay, I broke news to the sinner. I broke the bad news to the widow. Sorry, greetings, sinner. I broke the bad news to the widow of that scavenger while you were away. She took it about as well as you'd expect. After she cried herself hoarse, I started asking her about the choker and where her husband had got it. No, I'll get 78 after this quest. If I level from the quest, yeah. Seems like he and his mates took a trip to Ilmeg a year or so back, hoping to call off all the Vowbert treasures they could carry from an untouched ruin they'd learned about. Of course, in their greed, they neglected to account for the Fey folk, who killed or drove mad most of them. Those who survived didn't come back away empty-handed, though. In fact, they stumbled upon a remarkable find, 3 sacred treasures of the royal family. They escaped with the 2, the Fangs of Orthus being one of them, which was sold by a scavenger to a Yulmoran. I'm not retaining this, hold on. They went on a trip to Ilmeg. The survivors came away with a treasure. These aren't the treasures from the seal though, right? So is this Cardinal trying to bring it back to the Light Warden there? Who's now dead? They escaped with 2, the Fangs of Orthus being one of them. So what about the other one? The Fangs of Orthus and who? What's the other one? Did the merchant... So the merchant gives it over to Melinda for restoration, after which Dicayosine attacks Wright, presumably because he's after it as well. Meanwhile, the scavenger here in mod suit keeps the choker, the eyes of Orthus, locked away for safekeeping, and when he finally decides to sell it, the sinless bastard shows up again. Which brings us to here and now. Damned if I don't know why, but at this point there's no denying that Dicayosine's been hunting the royal relics, and so, assuming he hasn't already claimed the 3rd one, the Claws of Orthus, then I'd say we should get our hands on it first and use it to lure him out of hiding. But to that, why though? Why does it want these things? I thought they were mindless. But to that end, we'll have to venture into the fairy kingdom ourselves. Those scavengers didn't receive the warmest welcome. We're not like to be treated any better. Well, I've been to Ilmeg before. Have you now? And the little devils let you go? I can only assume they've taken a liking to you. That settles it then. We'll head to Ilmeg and ask for this Vowbert ring. I think that's the nature of Reddit and the voting and visibility systems of it. Having any meaningful discussion in a subreddit that has over 10k users is basically impossible. I don't know, man. I don't know. You can put a wall of text, so I think you can do something. I think the real problem for a lot of people is that it takes a lot of mental energy to listen to someone shit on something and still know that they're coming from a good place and that they mean well, especially when it's a stranger, right? And likewise, it's really hard to hear someone be fanatical about something and really excited about something and still know that they can see the other side of the coin, or, you know, that they do have the game's health in mind or whatever. It's really hard to sort of like... And it's a lot of mental energy to do that for every stranger you run across, you know? You tend to sort of just like view a comment in a vacuum, and if someone's like... So it's very easy to be disrespectful, and it's very easy to like lose all of the colour that actually should be there in the discourse, or would be there if it was a real conversation in real life or something, you know. I think it actually comes down to the internet and just like the sheer quantity, you know. It's like a landslide of all these different people, and so I think that people end up getting a bit hysterical, maybe. I don't know, it's just a sort of an idle thought. What a remarkably uneventful trip. I kept jumping at shadows, waiting for Easter eaters or foul demons or worse to attack, though that might be preferable to the faith, frankly. Still, we're going to have to deal with them eventually if we're going to find out this ring. After all, the Numai were part of the Vowbert society, and without their help, I'm not sure where we'd even begin our search. Perhaps there's a village of some sort you can guide us to? Yeah, there's Pliny. Pliny, eh? Well, very well. Lead on, sinner. Lead on. So yeah, I think people can just... I don't know. There's clearly a lot going on with, like, internet communication. You know, I fall into that trap myself too. You know, when I'm here streaming, I'm seeing all the messages fly by. It's very easy to, like the guy a second ago that I'm assuming is just full of nostalgia about factions and hasn't played it as recently as I have. That's just an assumption I'm making. Conversation's already hard. Multiply that by X number of people in a chat room makes it even more complicated. I mean, for sure. For sure. I mean, in all reality, you guys will not have this impression of me, but in all honesty, I'm a very quiet person. I'd rather just sort of sit about and listen, like a lot before I start speaking. I don't really, you know, that's why I'm so out of my element in like projects and stuff like this, because I don't, like, I always find it so bizarre when I read comments sometimes under YouTube videos and things, and people, like, they're very quick to speak, very quick to come to an opinion, and very quick to get very emotional about opinions too, like really fucking fast. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, I'd probably chew on that for like a day, a week, before I even began to know what I think about that. And there they are in the first like 90 seconds, fucking caps lock cruise control is out and they're going for it, you know? And I think that's a weird thing. Obviously, I'm never going to come across quiet doing this job. But that is generally one of the things I think that's going on with it. Can I not just... Aetherite. Oh, I never attuned at Walkerdorf. Oh, I'm such a fool. Let's go to Walkerdorf. Did I just never go there at all? Surely I did. So these are like German names. How would I say that? Volkerdorf? Don't they say W's like PH? Fotten... Vowbertenberg? I can teleport to Pliny. Oh shit, you're right. Well, I've done most of the walk now. Well, yeah, I've done most of the walk. Let's just keep walking. I'm gonna look at chat while I do it as well. W is V, V is F. Wait, W is V, but V is pronounced like F? Most people who play MMOs are much more passionate about them than the average game because of the time commitments and what makes decisions and critique hard. Things get taken personally. Well, here's something that I am pretty confident about in terms of like what happens with MMOs. There is a very, very difficult thing to cling on to, and you can see it with Final Fantasy and Guild Wars very well. Like, wow, this world boss. He's definitely a higher level than me. He'll fuck me up. The more time that passes, the more patches that come out, the more divergent everyone's opinions are going to get, and the less like cohesiveness there's going to be, the less like sense of like what is the game trying to do, what is the game about, what are the best experiences in the game. And the more diverse the game is, and the more time that just goes, you know, people will cling to different powerful experiences and their memories of those, especially as they start getting nostalgic and start blowing out what those memories were. Like when I think about Triple Trouble, I think about like it as like a nostalgic fun time. But if I really think about Triple Trouble and I think about how horrible it was going to sleep and then waking up like 1 hour 50 minutes later just so I could do the run, and then going to sleep and waking up 1 hour 50 minutes later just so I can do the run, the kind of the hell that you put yourself through, is like it wasn't really good, not really, but time like fucks with those memories. So just the longer things go and the less like cohesive and clear the studio is about what this game is, the worse that gets. And then the community fights over itself as they resent and envy areas of the community that don't get things. So like if you were unlucky enough to have tried World vs. World in August 2012 or September 2012, then sorry, but you fell in love with World vs. World at its best. And you probably think that the best thing about Guild Wars is World vs. World. And it baffles you that they haven't focused on it in all these years. And you're probably fanatical about that shit, and you just don't understand it anymore. Because that was your experience. Meanwhile, other people, their experience was in dungeons, someone else's was with RPing, someone else's was in the open world with world bosses, someone else clung to the lore, and you know, not everything can be satisfied. And so when you have like these huge diverse things, it's just, that's where a lot of it comes from. Even Guild Wars 1 players, you know, if you fell in love with Tyria as exposed through Guild Wars 1, then again you're in a different camp. And what a successful MMO needs to not create all these camps. It needs to have a cohesive, clear idea the whole fucking way through. And if you add another thing, it has to be supported the whole way through. And you'll notice this is why there's a big difference between Guild Wars 2 and Final Fantasy XIV. Final Fantasy XIV walks that line very well. It's very clear what it wants to do. And it's very consistent in what it is doing. And the communities and the environment that it's set up, they're generally satisfied. You don't find disenfranchised, you know, uncatered to people who have lost some kernel of what they liked before. PvP is the only part of this game, I think, that's in that situation. Guild Wars is the reverse of that. And so the bickering just blows up, you know. That's not even a thing about internet communication. That's a thing about studio player communication and just the product itself. Alright, so this is saying quest sync again. Were they always doing that? Oh, no. He's different, isn't he? No, sorry, I'm going to say no. I didn't want to miss all that dialogue. Oh, I missed the dialogue. I can abandon it, right? You guys got me ranting. This is your fault. You shouldn't get me ranting. Okay, cool, I can abandon it. Where the hell's the guild content? You haven't had a guild mission since ever? I know, and that's like one of the... That's the sledgehammer. That's the sledgehammer I'm talking about. That's what the community needs to hear. It needs to hear straight up, no, we're not doing it anymore. This isn't on the table. Sorry, we're not doing guild content. And the sledgehammer is eliminating any like vestiges of it there. But that's like some fearlessness and some bravery and some maturity expectation on the behalf of the community that I don't know if it's there. I don't know if that community exists. That maturity exists. Sorry. Okay, now we will come over here. So you see, this is what I'm trying to explain. That I don't know if we're too far, and it's not just on that side. On the other side, I think some people have judged Guild Wars 2 and will never go back on their judgment, and that's devastating in all of its own ways as well. Having an open mind about where that sledgehammer might land, and having an open mind about, you know, the things they do want to focus on. Like the news about the strikes, that they're bringing strikes back and there'll be hardcore strikes and stuff. You've got to have an open mind to have any passion for the franchise. You've got to believe at some level they're going to deliver it. So, you know, when I hear that, long as I've been covering it, long as I've been there, you know, you have to make a choice at some point. Where does that trust exist? For a lot of people, they're just too far on the doomer scale, and they won't have that trust, and they won't consider it at all. But what is there left after that, you know? What hope remains? Something about your demeanor bespeaks a question unasked. Have I the right of it? Yes. Will you be my patron? What I would like you to do is answer my questions. A ring that belonged to the royal family of Vowbert, and it was called the Claw of Authors. But Vowbert is long gone, as are the caretakers of the ring you seek. Who can say where it might have gotten to? Brilliant. They didn't write him like a new Mo. I love the new Mo. I should do a race tier list. I should do a character tier list. And then I should do a race tier list. Okay, I haven't done a race tier list for Tyria yet. Support new Mo Patreon. The Claw of Authors. It's a ring, you say. The name I've heard before, but I know nothing about it. Oh, still all served the royal family before the flood. Somewhat temperamental they are, but surely they'll have the knowledge of this treasure you seek. What's that? Oh no, we're going this way. WP being literally racist? What, with a racial tier list? It would be, yeah. It would be just pure, I like this race based on nothing but the way that they look. Or the way that they speak or whatever. You could do a culture tier list, maybe. Maybe we'll phrase it that way. Had yourself a conversation or three. Learn anything interesting? Well, not really. So, this Sul-Ul is the one we ought to speak with, eh? A former servant of the royal family, which would mean they lived in for well over a century. Bugger me. Okay. Shit, WP starting to sharpen Lulu videos. Yeah, what was the Lulu video? I mean, you guys are welcome to submit clips. It's a clip combination thing, is it? I don't know. What clip was it? She does highlights. I got no message. It was a clip of me hearing Lahi the first time. What, from yesterday? What, literally yesterday? That's a fast turnaround, isn't it? I do not know you, yet you seem to know me. It was a meh clip, could have picked better. Ah, I see. Oh wow, we get an echo flashback here? The fifth was discovered yesterday, a young girl not yet of age, transformed into a misshapen beast like the others before her. As if we need more proof of a pattern, at this rate, any citizen could be next. Tell me you at least learned of something from this one. I studied her remains myself. 'Twas plain a powerful magic had been employed. Vestiges of the enchantment lingered long after. The culprit, I think, is not the man to be trifled with. Tadric. That's all I can say for now, but you may rest assured that I will ascertain their identity ere long. On my honour as a court mage, I swear it. Until I do, however, I would implore you and your fellow knights to dispatch any who turn or show signs without hesitation. But these are our kith and kin. Should we not try to keep them alive until a way to reverse their transformation can be found? Your mercy would place countless others at risk. As a knight of Vowbert, did you not say a vow to serve all her people? Justice for the weakest among us, was it not? How many such innocents will die before you do what must needs be done? It pains me deeply, Brandon, but the safety of the royal family is paramount. I fear that to take anything less than the most drastic measures would be to invite death into this castle. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Death is already here! Surely you must have seen that. I will not let it be whispered that Princess Soldia turned a blind eye to her people's suffering. These crimes are a tragedy that weighs upon every Vowbertite's soul, mine most of all, and that is why I will take charge of the investigation myself. My lady, be reasonable. You cannot put yourself in harm's way. You have a responsibility to your subjects. So I am to gamble with their lives instead? Let them shield me while I alone take shelter and look down on them from on high? Yes, exactly. You are their princess. You are Brandon, yes? The new recruit? Another promising one from what the captains told me. You will attend me personally. Brandon. Okay. My lady. You heard me. I'll not stand idly by when I have the power to make a difference. Together we will see justice done for all, as your vow and your princess demand. So what's that? He's looking deep in her eyes. That world boss you saw earlier was called Paul Deer. Wait, really? Sorry, did the word Paul Deer appear in this cutscene? Lady Soldia. Oh no, Soldia and Paul Deer. I understand. Forgive me my hesitation. My life and my sword are yours to command. I have great expectations for you. I trust you will not disappoint me. Right, there's no telling when our culprit will strike again, so we must begin our investigation at once. There are witnesses to be questioned, clues to be gathered. Come, come. Now, Lady Soldia! Lady Soldia! Ever the stubborn child, I wish you the best of luck, Brandon. You'll need it and more. Hey, you alright? The way you're holding your head as if racked by terrible pain. What happened to you just now? Lady Saldia, you saw her with your mind's eye. Then it's as I suspected. You have the gift too. You're like Brandon. What do you mean he's like Brandon? Why have you come to me? What is it that you seek? So Brandon got visions too? You're big and ugly. I see, and for this hunt of yours, you have come to Ilmeg in search of the claws of Orthus. I'm afraid this is no simple matter. First, I would know that you're capable of facing the eater you seek. There's a spot on in a river not far from here, in which I used to bathe, until a number of beasts grew equally fond of it. If you're the warrior you claim to be, then they should pose no challenge whatsoever. I'm losing the plot here a little bit. What did I base it? What did I learn there, really? As for you, I have questions. We beheld Brandon, the fallen warrior of light, in a time before he joined his fellow adventurers, and was instead a knight sworn to serve the people of Vowbert. As a young recruit, he caught the eye of the princess, who hand-picked him to serve as her protector as she embarked on an investigation into a mysterious incident with which innocent souls were being irrevocably transformed into malformed beasts, early sin-eaters. As he returned to the prisons, the Nemo correctly deduced that I have the same gift Brandon had, prompting Granson to regard you with sudden suspicion. However, once you explain your purpose in coming, the hunt for Dicayosine and the claws of Orthus, you find yourself charged with yet another task. They have a different request in mind to him. Okay, so what we saw there was a bit of this area's history, like long ago. So how did Vowbert go from being a knight here to joining the party of adventurers? This will be his motivation for joining the Warriors of Darkness, right? Or Warriors of Light, however we want to phrase it. And so, again, what gave us our flashback potential? Echo. Was the Crystal Tower before WP started streaming? Wait, what do you mean? I did play it before I streamed, but I did a replay just before Shadowbringers. There are some VODs from a couple of days ago where I played it all through. Weren't you there on this? I guess you weren't there on these days? It's well worth it, really, I think. Oh, it's crazy to me that you've been watching all this Shadowbringers stuff, but you haven't seen the Crystal Tower. I have no regrets about doing the... Look at this fucking Garnet taking aggro here. I have no regrets about doing the Crystal Tower. I think it's perfectly timed. Yeah, there is so much, you're right. Yeah. I'm wondering if I'm playing too much of this game. I'm wondering if I should weave this game in with another game. But at the end of the day, it's just a lot of content, isn't it? I don't know. Holy shit, that's such a clean UI. Thank you very much. It can be even cleaner. How about that UI? Basically, I have two toggle states. I have out of combat, which is this, and in combat, which is this, which has party and stuff. The only thing that my UI is missing is party buffs on teammates. But yeah. And then I can add more information or take it away whenever I want. It looks way too naked. What do you mean, way too naked? It means we get to enjoy the game. We get to enjoy the backgrounds. Football Manager seems like a similar crowd, or an F1 racing game. It's funny because I was talking to Magical Mike earlier about Warhammer Vermintide, and he plays racing games, and he mentioned some racing game, Dirt 2, I think. And it's wild to me. Like I lurked on some of his videos, and he was like reviewing a racing game. He has a much broader gaming taste than I do. Sports game and racing games, you just generally don't see me in. The beasts are no more then. Good. I hadn't the heart to do it myself. There were no ordinary beasts, but old friends who had survived the flood. Victims of the curse you heard us speak of in your vision. So, this curse transforms people into monsters, like how sin-eaters can spawn more of their own kind. I'll speak no more of this or other matters until after you've completed the task I set before you. This is not negotiable, grandson. Macon accepted my terms, and so must you. So secretive, the both of you. Can't we all just speak plain? Your comrade refuses to acknowledge his situation. This may take time, but I am patient. Indeed, I have dealt with many a stubborn child in my life. Okay, very parental. Oh my god, so yeah, we leveled and we're now level 78. Oh, I get my second plunge! Oh, so good. Oh, double plunge. Oh. So, Living Shadow, isn't it? I love Dark Knight. I think it's been very cool. Monk has felt a bit crazy, but I just need to bind Living Shadow somewhere. Somewhere where it's worth. And I also need to put, you know, I think it's time, guys. Speaking of UI, I think it's time. Here's what we do. Hotbar 6. We're going to move it to... What's everyone at? 80? No? Where do I go? 3x4. Save. We're going to go to 100. Oh, I guess we're at 90. We're going to move hotbar 4 over. The blood gauge there is fine. Don't you guys worry. Alright, we'll move hotbar 6 up. No, we're not. We're gonna just have it here like this. Okay, and then what we're gonna do is we're gonna say keybinds hotbar 6. It's gonna be control. Oh. Yeah, whatever. This might be a little bit of a mess. I'm sure we can get it. And plus, and minus. Okay. So that's hotbar 6 up. So now we're gonna move. Oh. Actually need to turn the fucking thing on. Oh my lord. Oh no! Hotbar 6 was in use on the other thing. Oh, brutal. Oh, I should have checked that. Whatever, it's fine. Interject's going up there. Living Shadow is going down there. And what other buttons do I have that I don't currently have set up? I mean, that can go there. That's fine. Limit break can go there. Shirk. Grit. So basically, it's just going to be visible now. I'm just going to put the whole other bar on there. Okay, so that's fine. The problem is that I did just break this UI a little bit. So real quick, we're going to hide this. And we're going to bring hotbar 5 over. No, not hotbar 5. That's already in use. Hotbar 8. Oh, 8, 9, and 10 are in use. Oh, whatever. I'll figure this out later. I'll figure that little bit of it later out. So 2, 5, 1, 6. So where's 3? Is 3? Are you 3? No. When am I ever using hotbar 3? Where is hotbar 3? I don't even see it anywhere. Hotbar 4's up here. Oh, it's down here. Oh, hotbar 3 is being used. Clearly it's being used. Yeah. But what about 4? Is 4 being used? 1, 2, 5, 3. Oh, I didn't need to do it that way. That's dumb. Okay, so 4's good. So 4 isn't being used. Let's pull that over. Put that up there a little bit better. Yeah, okay, good. 4's not being used. Alright, so we can pull this down here. That's probably 100. No. 90. 80. Put it in position. Now, what was positioned there? What did I have? I had a duplicate of sprint for me to look at. Extras? What? Son of a... Right. Sprint. Hey? Why can't I drag sprint on there? It's not transparent. Oh, is it transparent? It was transparent. Alright, I'd made it transparent before. Okay, there you go. Alright, I got it. So I had sprint. What else? Do you guys remember what else I had on it? I think I had... I think I had some logs or something maybe on there. I'm just going to play, and then at some point, it's going to appear to me. And I'll know at that point. Idlecam's here. Yeah, I do have a VOD. Yeah. Sorry, guys. I don't know how boring that was. My bad. All right. Oh, it's toggling with these. All right. I mean, fine, I guess. And just to be clear. Yeah. Okay, we're fine. All right. Yeah, it looks a bit messier now. There's more skills on screen now, but I will get to see everything. I get Living Shadow on there. Maybe I can reshuffle some of this. I don't need to have interject, actually, so we can do it that way. We can do Living Shadow. But B is kind of annoying to get to, honestly. I kind of preferred it when I had them, when I was hiding them, but whatever. I think we're fine. All right. All right. Sorry, guys. All right, let's keep playing. In an ideal world, game UI wouldn't need customization, but in the real world, it's probably not a bad idea to have it. Yeah, there's two ways you can go with it. Guild Wars and FF are on the opposite sides of the spectrum. Exemplary timing, Macon. 'Twas not more than a moment ago that Grandson returned, having at last obliged to my humble request. Humble request my arse. This one's no better than you're more an aristocrat. So accustomed to making others do their bidding. I tell you, there's something off-putting about taking orders from a dog. Ere you continue and give me cause to reconsider aiding your hunt, perhaps you should ask your questions. Fine. Macon said he saw a vision of you and Brandon looking thick as thieves. You are friends, eh? Know what he's up to now? Brandon is dead. He died a century ago, together with his comrades in an attempt to halt the flood that they themselves set in motion. I presume you speak of the eater that took possession of his corpse. Dicayasine, aye. But unlike most eaters, he's been doing more than roam about aimlessly. For some reason, he's been hunting down royal treasures of old Vowbert, and he's killing anyone who got in his way. Is he now? Ha, what irony. Even in death, he remains a slave to duty, a knight brave and true. He's a murderer, and I'll not hear it said otherwise. He ruined my life, killed my beloved right before my very eyes. Every night I go to bed dreaming of the day I'll take my revenge. Oh, I see. Truly, you've suffered a terrible loss. But while your thirst for vengeance is quite natural and understandable, it is ultimately misguided. Unusual behaviour notwithstanding, Dicayasine is nevertheless no more than an eater. To hate him is to hate the sea that claims the ship, the disease that steals the child, the tremor that topples the home, the mindless force of nature that begets destruction, driven by fragmented memory. Don't you dare make excuses for him. You think I wanted any of this? I grew up on a farm, I could barely wield a sword, and now I've got to kill one of the bloody cardinal virtues. Hate and anger and vengeance are all I've got now. My every waking moment is dedicated to plotting his death. It has to be. It has to be. So just tell us where the goddamn ring is and we'll be on our way. This is how it has to be, Who you have to be? Nay, I think not. You ask too much, demand far, far too much. And in exchange for what? This I cannot abide. Are you trying to barter with me, you little shite? Tell me what I want to know or I'll beat it out of you. Alright, cool off, buddy. Back off, Macon! I won't let anyone or anything stand between me and Melinda's murderer. I'll tell you what, man, I'm a Dark Knight. I understand what you're going through. Brandon was a dear friend. To know that an eater disgraces his flesh and his memory pains me more than I can well express. You got to remember, these are the Nimmo guys. These guys are lovely. It would bring me great comfort if you were to grant him peace. I should like to share with you a story, if you'd be so kind as to join me in Ligia. Yeah, flashbacks of Sid versus Moogles, exactly. This is better have a point. Okay, so my problem now is Chocobo isn't bound. So let's put Chocobo back. Oh, it's not one of those, is it? Where's Chocobo? Is it not in there at all? I guess on the mount guard I can put it there. Right, comedy Chocobo. Do you guys think I should be riding a different mount? I don't think the whole way through Shadowbringer so far I've actually ridden on a different mount. I think I've... what was the other one I was using? The Ari Man for a bit? How about creating macros for targeting party members with Blackest Night and putting them on an unused hotbar? Yeah, that's a cool idea as well. Someone was telling me about that the other day. As of yet, in the game, no content has ever been hard enough that I'd actually need that as a tool. Where I've also had the Blackest Night available. But you never know. I mean, maybe. Chocobo's the best mount for a while, to be honest. I mean, I like some of my other mounts. I should do the roulette mount. But we went to all this effort to colour Garnet. Usually get carried around by Magitech claws. Yeah, that's a cool looking one too. Rathalos is the best. Are there actual, like, quantitative elements of mounts that you can rank when declaring a best? Like, do some of them have more idle animations? Some of them have more sound effects? Some of them have, you know, richer X, Y, Z, A, B, C? Yeah, like the Regalia can have 4 players in it, right? Which is pretty cool. The Ozma mount comes to mind. What's so good about the Ozma mount? You can maybe tier list mounts. Some have an active ability to place an animation. Oh yeah, I think I remember being told that. Don't some of the Beast Tribe ones do that? Ozma has totally different forms when flying, running, and swimming. Oh. The Ligma mount. What's Ligma? Have you done any X Trials or Savage raids? They're fun. Yeah, I did Savage Garuda, and I did Properly Balanced Twintania. That's basically it so far, I think. Cloud's Bike, the MTX one, comes with an effective riding map built in, making it the best. Comes with the effect of a riding map built in. Oh, I see. It gives you the speed boost, you're saying. Oh, wow. We have a duty in the entrance here? 5.3's trial will probably break WP on Minai level. What's... Oh, I guess that's a spoiler, isn't it? Because I don't know the name. They're all still functionally the same, so a mount is just a mount. 'Tis beautiful, even now, a palace of forgotten dreams, but before it was Ligiar, in the time of Vowbert, it was Gruen's Licht. Licht. The memory of mine in which you walked was of a troubled time, when the people of our kingdom were preyed upon by an ambitious fool. Brandon, then a young knight who had only just won his spurs, had caught the eye of Princess Staldia, who chose him as her personal guardian. However, he was far too inexperienced, and was unable to keep her safe when she ventured outside the walls on one of her investigations. Oh shit. For his failure, she's still alive though, he was stripped of his knighthood, and shortly thereafter, he quit Vowbert. I thought I'd never see him again. Oh, he joined them. Oh, so hold on. Ardbert, Brandon. Do I get all of their names? Range DPS, melee DPS. Wait. Magical DPS, range DPS, melee DPS? So there's 4 of them in total to do. But then one day he returned, one of several wandering adventurers led by a man named Ardbert, who had accepted our invitation to look into the mysterious transformations, which had continued unabated in Brandon's absence. Okay, it's tank, healer, magical, and physical. Lady Staldia was overjoyed, and for a time it was like nothing had changed. They spoke often and grew even closer. Look at how our boy Ardbert looks in that flashback, how young he looks. And then came the day when we learned the truth. When we learned that the architect of our kingdom's suffering was none other than court mage Tadric. Oh, another flashback. My ranking for these quests is healer's best, followed by tank, followed by caster, and then way down below is physical DPS. Is that true, really? In Endwalker, they'll be split in 2. Oh, there's only 2 role quests in Endwalker. It's him, Brandon. I'm sorry. So am I. Come, let's have done with it. No, there will be 5 in Endwalker. Okay. Oh, there's extra in Endwalker. I see. They split physical into ranged and melee. In Endwalker, they split it. I got you. So that's good for Endwalker. Even more content, right? This is exactly where we fought Titania. It was you, Tadric, do not deny it. Tormenting our people, twisting and transforming them into monsters. Brandon. And after I took such pains to be rid of you. You may strip me of my titles, but not my oaths. I shall serve Lady Staldia till my dying breath. As you like. Once I have killed you and your friends, there will be none left to stop me from claiming the throne. Hear me, my children, the hour of reckoning is at hand. Rejoice, for in noble sacrifice shall you find everlasting glory. In theory, shouldn't they be letting him do this? Wouldn't it stop the light calamity? Or whatever. Why is there too much light here again? I don't know that yet, do I? I don't know how these guys fucked up. They just... Lord Tadric, it hurts. Yeah, I don't know yet. Soon you shall know no more pain. So he's creating voids. Are these straight up void sent? By the way, this role quest have a Where is Waldo theme, not so hidden. Try to notice who shouldn't be there. Okay. I was going to make it quick for old time's sake, but now I think I ought to take my time. Am I actually going to play as these guys? Oh shit, they're doing a bit where... Am I going to play as Brandon? Oh, awesome. I'm Brandon. What buttons do I get? Swashbuckler combo. Great Eclipse combo. Increase damage. Restore target's HP. And interject. I have to skill click this. I need to hit these other ones. Should I take a ton of aggro? If I'm I don't know, what class is this? Is this unique or what? How does this work? Is there an AoE? Okay, this one's AoE. Yeah, I should get them bound, you're right, yeah. Do I have a stance? So there's a tank with a direct heal target. That's cool as shit. Paladin's pretty cool. I'd love to be able to contribute to healing as a Dark Knight. What's my equivalent? Living Dead. You can read the names of others if you look above their heads. Oh yeah, Nielba, Lamit, and Renda Ray. There is no escape, Tadric. Surrender. Hell yeah, it feels good to fight alongside Ardbert. I should go to my combat UI, really. There we go. They've given me an interject, so I assume there is something I can actually interject. Who should I stand with? Nielbert? Oh, I saved her. Oh, I can heal you as well, can't I? No, she's alright. Let's try it. What's the heal? Chivalrous Spirit. Cool. Oh, there's one. Sanctified Dark. I don't think so. Both or the one that Ardbert didn't cover. Yeah, I'll do that one. You're most tenacious, but everyone has their limits. Oh, they're all going to run into me, are they? Are you going to be okay? I'll heal you. Alright then, they're fine. Holy fuck, I'm not okay. Heal myself? Holy shit, that's a lot of mobs. Holy shit. Is this actually doable? Oh shit. AoEs? I'll put them over to Ardbert so we can cleave them all. Such obedient children to offer up your lives. What's this buff he's got? Monstrous. Oh, some of them are flans. DPS, go. I like the new mode, just standing back watching. How much longer can you hold the line, I wonder? I can do this all day. Whoa, shit, can I do it all day? Well, that was quite scary. Was there a safe spot? Or was I in it? Should I aggro them all? Bring him here. Yeah, I'm sorry, dude. Oh. Save me. Save me, healer. Should I stand on the healer? Do I get more heals standing on a healer? I'll go back to the group. Still got a few arrows in my quiver. Oh, they're limit breaking. Brandon, bring them into the center like before. Oh, nice. Yeah, so that everyone LBs them in the middle. That's it. Get in there, team. Limit break. Do it. Do it now. Boom. Oh, shit. See that, Tadric? You're next. Time to thin the herd. Starting with that dwarf, perhaps. The Lalafell. So there are just straight up Lalafell here. Don't touch her, you bastard! I didn't even consider that fact. Did they all die in the light calamity? Shit, did I fuck up? Brandon, we have to defend Lamit at all costs. Okay, I'm going. you get the other one, Ardbert? Ardbert's a god. He's like a tank too. Are there any like late game things that have this idea where each guy defends like a sniper attack like that? Oh, Ardbert's hitting this guy, so I'm gonna hit this guy as well. This castle will be your tomb. He's channeling a vast quantity of aether. Whatever he's preparing, we cannot let him finish. Is it interject? No. Sanctified quay. Yeah, well, would. I mean, I'll kill this guy. Alright. Do you need help, Vowbert? He's got it. They didn't give me a knockdown. Macon can do so much more than this guy. Where's my low blow? Can we get that Schwarzenegger in prison again? No. You've had it once. We'll have to watch for our watch party of the Terminator or Predator series. Do it later. No, I can't interrupt it. I have interject, but it's not flashing like an interject button. So it's just a DPS race. I think it's faked, but I think it's slowed down. Yeah! Tadric the Vainglorious. There is a Lalafell dwarf right there. Yeah, why do you think I said that out loud? In what world hadn't I noticed that Lalafell / dwarf? What prompted me to say that? Meddlesome wretch, this kingdom is by rights mine. Brandon, what's the meaning of this? Soldia. He's evil, look at him. Tadric, you, but why, after serving us faithfully for so many years? I'm no servant. No servant! Not of your mother or father or you. Oh, come on! My lady. Gods damn you. And he smirks as he falls. Can I get his armor? He's pretty cool. Lady Soldia, speak to me. Brandon, my dear, brave Brandon, am I your princess still? Would you honour your vows even now? Now and ever after, my lady. My sword is yours to command. I like that in this world, the Dran, the Aura, have a royal family, when in our world they were tribal. Yeah, that's an interesting thought. That is well. Would that I had the strength to wield it myself. Steel your heart, brave Brandon, and for the good of Vowbert and her people. No, I cannot, I will not. I love that all these other guys are getting plots. I adore it. Honour your vows to your kingdom, to your princess. Dude, and Ardbert led all these cool guys that all have their own plots going on. It's really quite tragic, to be honest. The fate, knowing what's fucking happened to all these people. Very good way to tell the story of a world destroyed. And the Fae people just left behind to look at it all. Holy fuck. To your friend who never doubted you, who knew that you would return and see justice. Justice. No, it should be me. Brandon, my sword, now and ever after. It's worth seeing the final quest after all the 4 role quests. It's optional content, but it's good. Yeah, I was told that earlier. I like the sound of it. It's funny how they're in low-level gear for these stories, especially the hero one. Oh, can you open the hero panel and like see what eye level they have and stuff? We've rounded up the rest of Tadric's co-conspirators and tossed them in the jail. The ones that hadn't been corrupted by his magics, that is. Oh, what the fuck? This is one of Heidelin's crystals. I'll hesitate. No, again. I'll not hesitate again, no matter the cost, no matter the sacrifice. Did they each end up getting one of the crystals that I collected throughout ARR, basically, but here on this shard? Weird. Well, you saw what happened? I did indeed. Yeah, I remember they had the crystals. You're right, they did. Wicked. So what's going on here then? Wicked White, she begged him to do it, like Melinda. Come, let's quit this place and return to Blarney. All the rolled quests are also origin stories of how Vowbert's group got their warrior of light crystals. Okay, so they took her out, transformed because of the magic of some kind. What did they transform into though? And she was still somewhat sentient because she just stood there and let herself get slain. The castle's lovely. A lot of monster transformations give you a good plot dramatic delay before going insane, for sure. Good point. I, as a warrior of light, got my crystals from killing primals. Do you know why I entered into the royal family service many long years ago? It was because when I was attacked by a wild beast which nearly tore me to shreds, it was Lady Saldia who came to my rescue. She saved me, and that's a debt that can never be repaid, for there's naught in this world which holds greater value than life itself. Not even her death absolves me of it, and so I must always first consider her wishes, her desires, what she would want for me and her kingdom. For Brandon, and yes, even for you, grandson. For me? To define oneself in opposition to the other, an other bereft of complexity or nuance, wholly devoid of redeeming qualities, a villain. Indeed, there is comfort in certainty in hatred, but it is a false and fleeting comfort. Brought with lies, we tell ourselves about who we are, what we must be, what we must do, and never you mind the cost. If anything, the more we offer up in sacrifice, the better. Do you not see? Brandon was right to hesitate, to doubt. The unwavering blade cares not whom it serves, nor who it cuts. I think I need a moment. Perhaps you do as well. Leave us for now, Macon. What, because I'm not high enough level? Yeah, I like that line too. Oh, is that the last one? To have loved and lost? Jesus, so hold on. I thought you guys said it was you weave through the story with the role quests. I'm already nearly fucking done with it. What percent am I through Shadowbringers? Because it basically just let me do the whole thing. When it rains. When it rains. What is it? Who sings that? What is that? Is that Paramore? If anyone knows that song and the pathetic way in which I just tried to sing that one line. Less than half the sun. Okay, so 0.5% done. So the role quests aren't really a companion to the whole story, just like the first bit. Okay. Right, yeah, the attack. They waited patiently for us. It's all good, baby. The only limit is... Yeah, I know. Technical question. Do you have a problem with 14 where it's trying to use all your GPU 100% of the time? Sorry for the random question. I don't believe so. Let me look at my task manager. Performance. No, my GPU is currently at 70% while streaming. Also, I've uncapped the frames, so it's probably pushing a lot more than it needs to. Yeah, as Sam says there, you could just try limiting the FPS. Might be an idea. This whole thing I did with these hotbars was a bit stupid, to be honest. I could have just taken the macro toggle off and left it exactly as it was. 14's actually a pretty decently optimized game. I agree. I think Shade Signet's right on that point. It is very well optimized, I think. Definitely coming from it as a Guild Wars player, it's like night and day. Despite having very little idea as to how it functions. Here it appears you've activated the device successfully. Okay, so I get 2 and what you other guys will get a couple? It's probably Google Chrome. Google Chrome's a RAM hog. It shouldn't be killing his GPU, should it? It's always Chrome's fault. I think Chrome basically just carves out a huge chunk of RAM for itself just on the off chance it might need it at some point. Even though it doesn't utilize it all, but your system will read that it's using it. Go 30 FPS, human eye can't see past 20. Yeah, 24 guys. The film industry already proved scientifically you can't see over 24, so I don't know what the fuck. I don't know what the complaints are. I play VR on 24 FPS. Never been sick. You like PowerPoints? You should just go 1 FPS. I was very close to making a... Oh, this is a cool animation. I was very close to making a PowerPoint style video for the My Trend Spotlight that I did yesterday. Oh, I thought I'd change it up a bit, the video making process.
They're coming!
But, Sin Eaters, okay. But I didn't in the end. It is a bit like the Wakanda bubble.
Excellent. The barrier is holding.
That's good news for the Crystarian, but what of the rest of Lakeland?
Lena and the city guard have taken to the field. Thancred and the others have already joined them. Let us do the same.
No, you didn't miss anything. I just hit 2 switches and now here we are. You made a whole cup of coffee in the time it took me to hit 2 switches. Story's well done, but the maps are comparatively dull. Oh, absolutely. We ought to join the Vanguard as soon as possible. If the number of eaters we just saw is any indication, we'll be facing a formidable host. Well, another duty straight away. Nice. I like this. Duties are coming quick here. Do I have Dark Missionary now? I think I should be high enough level in the duty. 76 round. So currently my Dark Knight is 2 levels too high. Wow, look at this. I love these fly-throughs where you get all the enemies moving around the trees and so on. This instance is really good. I thought the last duties, Shadowbringers definitely has made better duties than the other expansions. These duties are great. Oh, she's not voiced. What lovely weather, just what we needed. It seems the battle's already begun in earnest. Make haste. Crystarian forces are engaging the Sinese at various locations across Lakeland. Assist them in defeating the Eaters before they're decimated. Do I have to prioritise, or...? I love that, you see that shot, by the way, where I unsheath and then it does the zoom in, the slight, you know, Dutch camera, Dutch angle or whatever, the white, the fisheye. That's just like getting into a random encounter in the other games. Okay, where are we going?
Let's give it our all.
To give it our all. Do you still think we overhyped Shadowbringers? Yeah. For now. Doesn't mean it's bad. It's really good, but still overrated and overhyped so far. That always reminds you of X's random encounters. Yeah, the boss encounters. You're right. X, people always think about the shattering screen, but it's not that in X. Always, when it's a boss, they did that for the bosses. You're right. You're well to see that that's an X thing. But I think a lot of the PlayStation era games, PS1 era, probably did similar things. I can't quite remember fully. I think 7 did that a lot, didn't it? Okay. Starring forces remaining, 93 out of 100. These Eaters, they're moving towards Resquido. We should follow, but we cannot neglect those in need of aid. You point me, I kill. This song is called Shadowbringer's High Treason. Is that a hint about the nature of this attack? What is it? Control 1. I missed it. Damn it. I'll get used to my new interject button. People yell it's an 11/10 and get mad when people call it a 9 out of 10. I mean, well, if you want my tier list right now, tier list, everyone. I'll give a Realm Reborn a 2 out of 10. Post ARR is like a 3 or a 4. Heaven's Ward is a 5 or a 6. Stormblood is a 6 or a 7. I mean, it really is. It just goes up and up. And this is like a 7 or an 8. More 7 than 8. The best of Stormblood has been the best of all the Stormblood stuff so far has been better than the best of Shadowbringers. But I'm only just starting Shadowbringers. I mean, I'm comparing that to all the patches, the post patches and stuff as well. I honestly think the biggest mind blow I've had, the biggest mind blow. Actually, let me ask you guys, chat. What do you think my biggest mind blow has been? I have a very clear answer to that. Alistair, are you? Okay. Oh yeah, alright, we'll go around there. I think the Dragon Song War fell apart when the Heaven's Ward didn't get... The actual Heaven's Ward didn't get as much detail as I wanted, and Thornton went, like, cartoony villain at the last moment. And 3.1 and 3.2 weren't that good. 3.3 was really good. The Nidhogg patch was really good. And all the stuff about the eyes was really good. And there was a certain, like, magic and cool vibe to it, but overall it wasn't... No, it was good. It was good. But it wasn't the best that this game had. I might actually die. This is a lot of target. Oh, look at that Abyssal Drain coming in. Darkest Night. Oh, I do need to move the blood gauge, actually. Nice LVs, everybody. The most impressive trick indeed, says Uri IJ. As if you've none of your own, let's make it for the imperative, shall we? Yeah, let's go. Gaius, no. Xenos returning, no. I mean, I love those beats, but they weren't mind blow beats. I mean, they were those kind of were, but not as many. The biggest mind blow I had, unexpected, and I love it. That's what I mean. That's a mind blow to me, unexpected, and I love it. Yeah, it was Suyu. It was Gosetsu and Suyu in fucking Kugane, and she's just sitting there eating ice cream. What's it called? Not ice cream. And he's like looking dismayed. That blew my mind. I loved that moment. I thought that was fucking cool. Dango, that's it. I love that. That genuinely is the biggest mind blow I've had in the game. I really loved that moment. I just had no idea what they were doing with it. Heaven's Ward was more of a classic high fantasy story with the magic MacGuffins of Dragon Eyes and Kindle the Pipe ending. Stormblood was more grounded in the story of Revolution. I like the character development of Heaven's Ward more than Stormblood, but I like the story of Son of Revolution. I'm kind of actually the reverse of you. I think the characters were way better in... Even Estinian, yeah, you might think Estinian Heaven's Ward, but really, Estinian became better after Heaven's Ward. Estinian has done all the coolest shit as a part attached to Stormblood's story and Stormblood developments. Estinian during the Heaven's Ward campaign wasn't that incredible. I mean, he was a grumpy, cynical guy who played off of Ysael as we travelled around there, which was fun to see, but, you know. I wasn't as into Lady Iceheart as well as I think most of you guys were too. So when she dies at the end, it wasn't like this emotional moment for me. It is as we feared. But our task is ever as it was, turn the tide. I hope he gets to the end so he can tell us how he doesn't think it's good. Estinian's good, it's just not amazing. The only bad parts of this game were around Recall. The rest of it's been good. Sorry if that's not hyperbolic enough. I was really happy with the Sultana moment because up to that point the plot in FF14 seemed just so bland when you were so used to mediocrity. Do you mean the final moment before Heaven's Ward? Yeah, I feel like that was a watershed moment for the that was Final Fantasy 14 growing this beard, so to speak, you know. It clicked in a bit more, I think, right then. I actually think it had clicked earlier, but that was a big moment where you realised big moments could happen. But I actually think the quality of ARR went up even before Heaven's Ward. It was about 2 patches before Heaven's Ward. You could feel it already. Just as Iceheart was being introduced in the original Shiva encounter and stuff. It was immediately evident, right, that they would do it better. know quite what I want to do here. Just single target a thing down, or try to just splash a bit of damage out in general. Try to focus fire. That's right, you aggro on me. Let's get some delirium out here. Should I focus on the same thing that they're all focusing on? Come in, everybody. I'm getting conditioned. I'm learning that sound effect now. I hear that sound effect and I know it probably means you're stacked with everyone somewhere. Fine, I'll start with her. I didn't want to do it on just one target or whatever. Whoa, that was a huge edge of shadow. And expansion ends at 3.3, 4.4 is built up to next. Yeah, I think that's fair. That's definitely how it felt at the Stormblood and Heaven's Will stuff. Jesus Christ.
If naught else will suffice, my strength is yours.
May the 12 guide you.
The stars shall grant me succor.
Let's give them a show. With heart and steel.
Whoa. Holy shit. Was that Alice that pulled that off? Well done. Ta-da! Stormblood characters weren't bad, but I thought there were storylines were poorly paced with the exception of Yotsuyu. I actually like Lise fine, but I felt the issues that people have with her is due to Stormblood's general pace. Yeah, Lise is a really boring part of Stormblood, I'm afraid to say it, unfortunately. I mean, she's very likeable, but, yeah, I don't know. I didn't quite get that. All the Alamigo stuff, basically, it isn't the best about it. But that's okay, I don't think that's a huge condemnation of the whole story. Ooh, sorry guys, sorry about that yawning there.
Ah, God damn it!
I feel like this is one strong advantage to 14 and Guild Wars 2's expansion over WoW's. They put significant content patches into building up new ones. Yeah. I think Final Fantasy is masterful there though. Final Fantasy uses its patches to properly close expansion stories and properly set up new ones.
Lena, hold on.
Like, it's not just the Gemgate thing we were talking about earlier, but Final Fantasy patches really feel like even the best story, I think, happens in the patches. Genuinely. The patches after Stormblood were awesome. And 2 of the patches after Heaven's Ward were awesome. And the ones after ARR were good as well, but I mean, it's not difficult to beat ARR. So it's weird, you know, it's like, And Guild Wars has climbed to that height a few times too, to be fair. You okay, Lena?
They turned on me.
Treachery? Holy shit, this is sinister. Oh, Thancreds! Oh! Oh, gee. One of the most arbitrary things I love about this game versus Guild Wars is how much more blood there is in it.
This one is mine!
He's a tank now, so this is the kind of shit he can do. Oh, fuck her up! Wait, but that light's not going to spill over him, is it? Because that wasn't a light warden. It was just... Oh, shit. Oh, Ardbert can't even help.
We need only hold out a little while longer. Reinforcements are coming, remember? The captain said so. We're going to be all right.
Yeah, imagine the guilt, yeah.
Run! Run, damn you! The Warrior of Darkness has returned. The Bloody Knight has returned. So stay with me, eh? You can't go dying now.
Oh, he can't.
Damn it! Please let this work. Please let this work.
Oh, no. Don't make me watch this. Oh. Take her out.
No, no. Stay back. Stay back.
It's just like the Sin Eater we saw in the Brandon story a second ago.
Help! Help! Anyone!
Oh, fuck.
Why did you spare me? Why? What have I done to deserve this mercy? Forward! Forward! If you can still hold a sword, follow me! Wounded to the rear! Weapons at the ready! Let's make this count!
Oh, look at me standing in front. I can
fight and struggle. Seek salvation by your own hands. Though the losses be grave, endure them. Though the victories be hollow, claim them.
Holy fuck, I like this cutscene. Holy shit. They're really indulging in like the two sides of what's going on in the battlefield there. The rain stopped. Wrong colour gear. Yeah, I should have dyed it to be similar to theirs. That was a great cutscene. Ah. Oh. Poor fucking Ardbert. It seems we've driven them back for the time being at least. The wounded have been collected and are undergoing treatment now. Once they're ready to be moved, we'll have them carried back to the Crystarium. The dead as well, of course. Those whose bodies remain anyway. The others are helping to treat the wounded. I'm planning to assist in moving them, but even so, we simply don't have enough hands. I'm sure you're fit to fall all over what we've been through. God knows I am. But if you could see to a few of the patients, it would be an enormous help. Captain Lin is about somewhere, so you might want to consider asking her if there are any other outstanding areas of need. We'll talk later. Jesus. And the moon in the background there. Word on high. I really like how this expansion's structured, more than the others. I really like this idea that we're zigzagging back and forth, like, to the different points on the wheels of a spokes on a wheel or whatever. I quite like that. Aye, wheeze. With tear-filled eyes, the prone man gazes up at you. His fingers twitch as if to reach for you, but he lacks the strength to raise his hand. Oh, this is like finding the survivors at Jose. Bear it just a moment longer. They should put that music on. That's some of the best Final Fantasy music of all time. Weirdly, I do believe that's the same moon as the one in the source. I don't think the moon got split, though I could be wrong. Really? WP, will you try G-Shade? At some point, yeah. I quite like the idea of just doing it all vanilla, developer intended for one playthrough, though, before I start G-Shading things. Thank you, but it's too late. One of them, it got me. If I turn, please, kill me, I beg you. You hiding over here? You okay, man? Don't touch me! I killed her! I killed her! She was one of them, I know, but I... Oh god, are you gonna turn, Lena?
Oh, I did not see you there. Is there something you need?
You seem perfectly normal. Shouldn't you be resting? What would the guard do without their captain?
Appoint another. A captain's place is with her soldiers in the field. Don't pretend you're not of the same mind. You fought well today. Saved a great many lives. Thank you. Unfortunately, this war is far from over. We must replenish our ranks and shore up our defenses before they attack again. Now, if you will excuse me.
I love her voice. Oh, are you alright? Fuck. It's all a show, isn't it?
I am fine.
Oh, God. She's indignant.
Completely and utterly fine. Better than fine. Hale and hearty and still alive to mourn those who are not. Who I failed to protect when they needed me most.
Oh.
We've come so far, so goddamn far. I could have sworn the end was in sight, and now... Now they will never see it.
Wow, this expansion, they've got so much talented actors and actresses. Like, what the fuck?
Impudent worms of the Crystarium.
Oh, fuck off, Vor3.
The tragedy that has befallen you is of your own making. Divine retribution for your defiance. The heavens have bequeathed to you a benevolent savior, me. I offer you freedom from pain and suffering. A paradise where man and cedar might live in peace and harmony. Why, already, our winged brothers and sisters regard me and mine as kin, alike to them in beauty and purity. But you not only reject my prophet hand, but raise your own against my senators. It is only right that they respond in kind. Let this be a lesson to all those who would walk the path of sin. The wicked shall not inherit this world!
Jeez. This has been a really good... The duty itself wasn't that fun, gameplay-wise. But all the cutscenes surrounding this have been awesome. Legitimately really good. Oh, it's the voice talent in this expansion. They're all really good, aren't they? They all have like really charismatic voices. You're right there, Lena. She's gazing solemnly upward, and it's not difficult to guess what occupies her mind. 4-3 ships already gone. How flattering that he came all this way just to give his little speech. I apologise for my earlier outburst. Rest assured that I have no intention of allowing any of my wounds to affect my performance of my duties, especially not now. Well, do you want me to carry you somewhere? If I may, could I ask you to seek out Thancred and Minfilia for me? They endangered themselves on my behalf, and I would feel better knowing that they're well looked after. I don't know why, but Alpha just made my heart melt there as he like hopped along like blub blub blub. Ah, it's such a sad moment, and then the little Alpha toy is ever optimistic and upbeat and happy. Oh, what a cleanser. Thancred, in particular, sustained quite an injury from that Sin Eater. I would not be surprised if he were with the Spaguric still. Please, give him my thanks. Lena is okay. Truly, I'm fine. Save your concern for those who are not so fortunate. I would leave Alpha with her. Legitimately, I don't know, maybe she's not the kind of character that likes Alpha much. But I would leave Alpha with her, I have to say. Give her some comfort. They started hiring like Broadway actors for voice actors in FF14. Do you mean West End? Instead of using the traditional VA pool, and it shows. If you look at several of these characters, their IMDb is movies and plays, and Shadowbringers is their only game. I mean, it is really good. I quite like it's all done in the UK as well. Wait, is it the UK or is it Ireland? Where is it done? Where is this all produced? I know, obviously, Northern Ireland's in the UK, so I'm being very particular when I say UK there. They're doing it all in London. She's Icelandic. Yeah, but I mean the studio, you know. Well, who's making the casting calls and stuff? I suppose actually Square Enix does still. You're here for me. I'm sorry to put you to the trouble. I'm fine, really. The Eater landed, unfortunately, a solid blow, but the healers have done wonders. I'm more worried about Minfilia. She's not taking it well. Can I ask you to speak with her? My attempts to reach out seem to have had the opposite effect. She's gone off to the Horatorium, ostensibly to fetch herbs for Chestermill, but just talk to her, will you? I can do that. Oh, look at these injured people. This is cool. How much phasing has happened in the town? Oh, maybe it was always a little bit like this? Yeah, it's very dad mode, really, isn't it? She's like the rebellious teenager not listening to him or whatever. Interview them, WP? I don't know, I've got that kind of pull within Fun Fantasy, though, do I? That's the thing. We'll see if they respond to my partnership request. They might not even respond to it. Let's see. I'll check if I've got a response yet. 6 new emails. Updates to YouTube's terms of service. Stream reports. Someone from the Zorka agency is looking for talent to promote a game called Dragon Raha. What else I got? Etsy, Oculus. Tier Maker has started emailing me. That's it. Yeah, no emails. No emails. You'll send them the Lahi clip, instant hire. Well, I mean, if anyone has any ideas, let me know. I don't want to seem too obsessed with growth and stuff, but that's sort of why I would like, you know, I don't know, how do we build our platform a little bit more? Right now, the only people I can bargain to watch my stuff are Jilted or ex-Guild Wars 2 players. And then the few that will play both. Such as myself. Minfilia, ... She appears to be lost in thought. Perhaps a gentle poke will get her... What? Sorry, am I like a teenage girl? What do you mean a poke? Are you insane? There's no way that is how I would get a brooding person's attention. What? Square Enix are very much against third-party tools and avoid collaborating with people who use or advocate them, so that's one thing to keep in mind. Yeah, the giant cat poking her. Oh wow, and I'm like tapping her on the shoulder. Hey, thanks for the sub, man. Elfish Cow. Jesus Christ, the previous one was 2 hours ago already. What the fuck? Well, how long have I been streaming? It's 3.5 hours. Have you guys been alright with me a bit lower energy here? I don't know whether I'm doing a good job really here today, but I'm trying to keep it sort of on the down low. That's really nice of you. Thank you very much. Oh yeah, Rocker. Rocker has ideas for people I can host or something. Oh, Macon, what are you doing here? Thancred. It's my fault, you know. I jumped at the chance to help Lena, but I was careless, and now it's my fault. You can make up for it by being there for him. It's not your fault. This is just survivor's guilt. Chill out. Are you sure? I brought him nothing but trouble thus far. And what if it's worse next time? All I do is make mistakes, put others in danger. I'm sure he'll resent me for being this weak. Maybe he already does. But you're right, I can still help. If only by seeing these herbs safely to Chesimil. There are only 2 left on the list, but I need to ask about this one. I've looked high and low and I can't seem to find it anywhere. Would you mind collecting the other? I'd hate to delay any longer than I already have. You're looking for something with soft leaves, so that's very fragrant. An unmistakably medicinal way, I was told. We only need 2 sprigs or so. Once you've got them, we can bring them directly to Chesimil. Whoever gets there first can explain that the other will be back shortly. Thank you, I appreciate the help. Right. I thought that was going to be dialogue about the attack. I love how much phasing they're doing with the environment. They're changing the maps, the music on the maps and stuff to match the tone of the story. That's kind of new for Shadowbringers too. This plant has no sensor whatsoever. It's unlikely to be what we want. This plant has rigid leaves. It smells of fruit. Unlikely. This plant has soft leaves and smells strongly medicinal. That's 1 out of 2. Let's try over here. And once again, we get them both. Nice. No, look, the thing is, look, I appreciate the ideas for collabs and stuff, guys, but the thing is, I'm quite a private person. I'm quite an introverted person. I really don't like the idea of getting on phone calls with basically strangers. That's not me. I'm not really going to be up for that, I don't think. On rare occasions, but generally speaking. And especially not in an environment where I feel out of my depth. So, the whole networking, socializing, all that bullshit, I'm not all about that. I'm just not. And if that holds me back in this career, then we'll find other ways through it if possible. Not that I'm completely antisocial, but it is what it is. Yeah, I appreciate it. Oh, she's standing next to him now. I asked someone who looked like they knew what they were doing, and they pointed me toward the herb I was looking for right away. I hope you didn't have too much trouble with yours. I see you got roped into helping. Some things never change, eh? Alright, be easy on her. Fucking hell. Infilia told me you'd be bringing the rest. Yeah, look. I hope it's the right thing. If this was me IRL, she'd look at me and she'd say, this is the wrong thing, and I'd have to go back. Marvellous. With this, I can replenish our store of medicines. We're struggling to keep up within the number of wounded that are being brought in. I wasn't on the field, but it doesn't matter. The patients' faces make it plain. There was a horrible battle. And we're still fighting it, I suppose. Though with bitter medicine rather than sharp steel. But we'll win, I promise you that. I think he was joking that you always get roped into helping, errand boy. Oh, I get that, but I also felt like it was a little bit of a dig towards her, wasn't it? Can't it be both? It seems I owe you an apology for dragging you to yet another battlefield where you've come off just off the front lines. In both cases, I'm sure your efforts to save more than a few. More battles lie ahead, of course. Battles only you can fight. Not that we intend to let you do it alone, but that's a matter to discuss with the Exarch. Where's the Exarch been this whole time? He lost some strength, right? Question mark, question mark, question mark. You know the Exarch? We do. Was there something you needed? I need you to tell him something. For me, a wounded guard. My dearest friend, you see, was there on the battlefield with me, but only the one of us is here to speak of it. At the end, before the wound killed him, I heard his dying words. I never knew that our world was this beautiful, he told me. I'm so glad that I got to see the night sky. I don't know how the Exarch feels about what happened out there. I don't know if what Vorthree said is true, if our losses were our just deserts, and we doom ourselves to worse by continuing to fight this fight. But I believe in the Warrior of Darkness, in the Crystal Exarch. I don't think what they've done is wrong, and I don't think we're wrong to fight with them either. My friend, he smiled in the end, just as he smiled when he raised his glass to celebrate the return of the night. That's how I want to remember him. So I want to tell the Exarch, don't give up, don't give in, please. Oh my god, what a rug pull this was. I thought they were doing a thing where he was going to be pissed or there was going to be some revelation or something. And Square Enix knows that I'm like on the edge of wondering, should I trust the Exarch or whatever. We'll tell him, you have my word. That makes me just go down a rabbit hole thinking about how, like, what beauty is to people. Because, to be honest, their light skies were beautiful, but they're only beautiful if they're new to you. And the night sky is beautiful, but it's only beautiful if it's new to you. Variety is the spice of life, guys. Thancred seems keen to quit the infirmary. If you're ready, why not go on ahead to the Ocular? You can keep the Exarch company while I fetch Alphinaud. Don't worry, I mean to borrow the swiftest armor I can find, so we shouldn't keep you long. Be sure to pass on that message, eh? Right. It's the best way out. Yeah, the rain is good here. Green is not a creative color. What's that all about? Remember, you have an inner edgelord. Seeing these errands as a dark knight. That's true. Yeah, I should remember that. I'm really excited to go see Faye. So hold on. I beat that next quest about Brandon, and I can go back to Faye in Eorzea, right? Oh. Hello. Welcome, my friend. Tales of your heroism on the battlefield precede you, though I confess I found them more gladdening than surprising. I hear no few of our people have you to thank for plucking them from the jaws of death. Would that they need not saving to begin with, but the responsibility for that lies with me. Okay, so another theory about who this guy might be, or what his backstory might be. Is it possible, you know how the Ascians summoned Zodiac back in the day? Is it possible that he's one of the people summoning Hydaelyn back in the day? But the thing is, Emmett was with him. Emmett doesn't even give a fuck, really. Or didn't seem to. Maybe they just can't, like, fight each other for some reason or something? I don't know. Emmett's confused about this guy. As far as I know, Emmett's confused about him, so maybe that's totally a bad theory. Also, his clothes are so interesting to me. He's got such fucking cool clothes. He looks so cool. I love the, like, half black, half white. And then a bit of red on there. It's like he's found the balance. He was suggesting to us he'd found a way through the whole conflict, but really he just seems to be interested in the first, so I don't know. Would that they not needed saving to begin with, but the responsibility for that lies with me. One of our soldiers. Oh, and we say what the soldier said. One of our soldiers said that. Thank you. Rest assured that. And didn't the Crystal Exarch suggest that he'd lost someone once? Rest assured that I fully intend to continue our work. I will not shrink from what must be done, now least of all. Though I mourn the loss, I will not lose myself to grief. And even should regret be my constant companion, I will follow the path I have to its chosen end. We have some time before the others arrive. If you'd like to talk, please talk to me. And if I were to confess any doubts I might harbour, no one ever needed know. No, I believe you have enough burdens without my adding to them. Nevertheless, thank you. Well, no, let's connect, man. Let's connect. Let's have a little bit of a personal moment together so I actually know if you're on the down low or not, you know? I don't like this, like, purely professional shit. Individual, first-time viewer. Hello, individual. Well, or individuali. Nice name, by the way. I just joined your stream from the recommended channels. Oh, really? Twitch recommended it. Wow, that's a first. I haven't heard anyone getting here from that. I was a huge fan of the Guild Wars 2 stuff back in the day. Oh, nice. I can say that informational teaching videos would draw more eyes. Long-form talks about 14 experience would be great as well. Problem is teaching when you're a student. It's not the greatest thing, is it? Thank you, though. That's awesome to hear from you, though. He's on the up low. Slide into his DMs. He is. He's suspicious. He's quite the character. To be fair, that's how you found the channel too, but you recognise the name from Guild Wars 2, which you've dabbled in. Today? Was that just today? Is that because I put Wood and Potatoes in the title today? Maybe I should do that every day. You could teach fashion and face painting. I'll teach you how to look like Macon.
Friends, with your aid, we have weathered a brutal assault.
Oh, guys, I want some food while I eat this. I haven't had my daily banana. I'm actually out of bananas now. Everyone's got to have a daily banana. Give me a second. Give me a second. I'm gonna put some coffee on. Give me one moment, and then we'll continue, and I'll eat a banana while we're doing this cutscene. Got any potatoes? Actually, no. It would be nice to have a potato, wouldn't it? No, I won't play an ad. I don't like playing ads, man. Or the thing is, the fact that it kills it, so it doesn't interrupt cutscenes, is probably a good thing, isn't it? All right, guys, stick with me. I'll be back in just a second. I'll play an ad. Don't worry, you're not going to miss anything. I can't even idle cam this time because we're in the middle of a cutscene, so it's just going to be the Exarch's face and this lovely music. So see you in one mo, guys. One mo. And again, can I just say thanks for the company today. Okay, I feel like the kettle took ages to boil there. Sorry, just closing the door. I don't know why. His lips look weird as hell. Whose lips was it you guys pointed out to me in the comments before? You were like, who was it? Alphino or something? His dry lips? Uriange's dry lips? Alphino? Yeah. WV should consider having a coffee maker in his house so he doesn't have to go down the street to get coffee. What do you mean? I have instant coffee and I have a kettle that I boil. Need a thermocoil Royal Master Mark 14 in my life? Indeed I do. Alright, okay, let's continue ahead. My friends, with your aid, we have weathered a brutal assault. Hello, Emmett. Nom nom nom.
Sorry
Emmett.
I'm late, though I would not have been had anyone thought to notify me in advance.
He is walking weird, isn't he? He like looks injured or some shit. He's like hunched. There is something going on with him.
As I was saying, it was only with your aid that we weathered this assault. Without it, the Crystarium and all who dwell here would now be gone.
Indeed.
For each we saved, another perished.
If you guys are going to tell me it's literally just that he has a gamer posture and that's the law, I'm going to be very sad.
If there is anything else we can do to help, anything at all, you need only ask. This is our home too, and we want nothing more than to keep it safe.
Thank you. We are blessed to have you with us. As for the attack itself, Vorthri may call it divine retribution, but Sin Eaters are creatures of instinct. A coordinated assault is unprecedented.
So he managed to direct it?
Moreover, in the absence of a Light Warden, there should have been no compulsion for lesser Sin Eaters to congregate here en masse. All of which points to a single, unavoidable conclusion.
Are you telling me Vorthri is the Light Warden? I thought it might be Ranjit.
That these minions of light answer to a higher power.
Okay, neither. Okay, Uriange.
He who did claim kinship with them, who did boast of control, not in idleness, 'twould seem, but in earnest. Lord Vorthri.
Oh, no, no, no. It is him.
Indeed. What I mistook for bluster was in fact the truth. The Sin Eaters are his to command. But if he imagines this show of force will convince us to bend the knee, he is sorely mistaken.
Hold on. Am I missing out on a point here? Are they saying that he is a Sin Eater? He is a Light Warden, or are they just saying he can control them? Because he doesn't look like a new normal person,
I take it your meeting in
does he?
Yormor did not end well.
And now that I've seen that Titania just looked kind of like a woman too.
You could say that, yes. But I am wiser for the experience nevertheless. It appears he has mastered a technique which allows him to enslave the minds of others. A fact I discovered when he attempted to use it on me.
That would go some way towards explaining the peculiar reverence afforded him by his subjects.
Wait, is he like a primal?
There may feasibly be a handful of true believers among them, I suppose. But it would not surprise me if the vast majority were in his thrall.
Is Vorthri a primal?
Had I not anticipated his treachery, I might well have joined them. But seeing his invitation for what it was, I sent a glamour in my stead. I rather doubt such tricks will avail me a second time, however.
Tataru's
Did
a
you have
primal.
any luck tracking down the Light Warden in Calusia?
Yeah, what's the story?
Sadly, I have nothing to report on that front. What of Armorang?
After a fruitless few days scouring ruins, I resorted to asking the locals. While no one I spoke to had seen any sign of the Warden, I did uncover a possible lead. An abandoned mine in western Armorang. From what the Maud told me, it would be a perfect place to stay out of sight.
Okay, good job, Alisaie. Bad job, Alphino. Go to the corner.
Of course, I could never hope to explore such a labyrinth quickly or safely on my own, so I returned here.
For me.
Even should we all join in the endeavor, an exhaustive search could take weeks, and with no guarantee of finding anything.
You know, I've never really thought Y'shtola was that hot until this expansion. Till she's got like an attitude in this X-Pack and these clothes, I think. Suddenly I think I want to pull a Magni. I'm like looking at her there thinking, damn, Y'shtola, you're pretty hot.
The Wardens harbor vast reservoirs of primordial light, do they not? Far beyond anything found in lesser sin-eaters.
Yeah, it's the Lulu outfit with the Matoya snark. Yeah, I know, yeah. He's gonna call me Little Potato. I think not Little Potato. Ah!
And isn't it true that the Oracle could see the light of a sin-eater from miles away? Surely a Warden would seem like a blazing beacon by comparison. To the real Oracle of Light, I mean. The real Menphilia.
Oh, shit.
If we travel to Armorang, to the south where she halted the flood, I could summon her back. What do you think?
Don't.
I think she's gonna overrule you, mate. I think we're all gonna overrule you.
Don't what? Do what I can. What we both know is right.
Do not presume to know my mind. You have no idea what you're proposing.
But I do. I know why you never said anything. Because you thought you could keep me safe by keeping me in the dark. And maybe I thought so too. But I knew, Thancred. I always knew.
Wow. Come on.
Oh, I see. I thought you were a rather underwhelming reincarnation, but it all makes sense now.
Oh shit, yeah. What's Emmett's input on this gonna be?
The Oracle lies dormant within you, doesn't she? But to draw on her true power, you must become one, both body and soul.
I like how he butts in right at the moment you don't want him to, but then you also... I just like hearing him speak.
To wit, one being must consume the other. Who shall be the lucky winner?
This doesn't concern you, Ascian.
Ooh.
But it plainly concerns you. Which is why your heart is ready to burst out of your chest. Despite the raging tempest in your bosom, however, you have never once opened up to your young charge. Now, why would that be? Love. Well, I for one think it's a marvelous idea. Certainly more promising than any of your other suggestions.
Wasn't someone talking about... Wait. For old or mini?
So, it's off to Armorang we go.
I think he means for regular Menphilia. Or like a parental love for mini-philia. Which is all kinds of weird, to be honest. Yeah, like familial love.
I'll meet you at the gates.
That was a conversation that came up yesterday, like how much romance is going on between the two of them. WP and his love for bananas. Oh, I must admit, I do love the banana. If this is the course you've agreed on, I will not object. Though I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to spare any of the guard to accompany you. I can but promise you will be well looked upon your return. Looked after upon your return. Just see you do return, all right? Any ideas? If only I'd been able to locate Kalusha's Light Warden, it might not have come to this. I think it's Ranjit, mate. I can't imagine what Thancred must be feeling to behave this way. To say he's changed since coming here would be an understatement. He may as well be a different person. He reminds me of... he reminds me of Father. Eh? He argued with us for months about our plan to go to Eorzea. But in the end, he accepted our decision. I do hope he's doing well. I've never heard anything about their parents, have I? I've only ever heard about Louis Soir. Oh, smiley faces. I was asking about them ages ago. Hello, Ishtola. Miniphilia demonstrated impressive resolve just now. It seems that she understands what must be done, though I do wonder if she's truly prepared to make her choice. Should she falter, it will fall to Thancred to guide her, however much he wishes it were otherwise. Though Thancred hither doth thither, hath long known whither this path doth lead, his journey hath brought him no closer to hither doth dither acceptance. Sally forth. Will you never grow tired of shuffling your feet? If you have something to ask me, ask. Tell me about Zodiac. Speak! As I told you before, Zodiac is the creation of my people, the first people. We summoned him, as your kind might summon a primal. Wait, I need to give these more reverence. Zodiac is the creation of my people, the first people. We summoned him, as your kind might summon a primal, albeit an infinitely more powerful one. Why is it so powerful then? Because they have more prayer? Do they have more prayer power? Unlike one of your primals, he tempered us. It was only natural. There is no resisting such power. Oh, fuck me! So they're tempered. Their prayer level is 100. They've been burying bones, have they? Grinding up those prayer levels. And so we Ascians came to exist solely to bring about the rule of darkness, his darkness. Of course, some would call us evil for it, and there would be fools, though that's only to be expected given their innate inability to conceive of the nature of our universe. But I believe I'm repeating myself. Do you not trust me to speak honestly? Do you hope to catch me in a lie? No, because you're not repeating yourself. Really, I have no need of deception, and even if I did, I assure you, you would find it quite indistinguishable from the truth. Bro, hold on. He never told me that he was tempered. He just said he was tempered. What did he say about flattering me? Perhaps I flatter myself, expecting you to take an interest in the knowledge I possess, or perhaps I flatter you. Yeah, how is he so self-aware? So tempering does run out eventually. So Gaboo can come back. Can I talk to you about Gaboo? So there's this kobold. There's not a /talk. This game needs a /talk. He's tempered, it's no big deal. Stop being a bigot, WB. I'm sorry to be so insistent, but I know this is the only way. Okay, here's what I want, guys. I want to leave this expansion, go back to Eorzea, to arrive in a world bereft by war and plague and devastation. And in the flaming wreck and ash, standing alone amongst a pile of corpses, standing as a beacon of light, surrounded by carnage, is the one and only Gaboo, wielding a sword held aloft, who cries, "Alice!" And then Endwalker appears on screen. And I want that to happen on the moon as well. That all happens on the moon. That's how it ends. That's my theory. Who spoiled that? Gaboo wins the ultimate showdown of Ultimate Destiny. I used to know how that song went. I actually went back to that. The guys that made that did a 4K remaster of it like this year. Do you change your dialogue again? Oh look, Urianger turned. Yeah, go on. What's his deal? That's quite creepy, isn't it? You got eyes in the back of your head, bro? We playing Goodnight, Mr. Wolf? What? That's weird. Why does Urianger have everyone look at me? Alright. Let's go. Let's go. This is some next level stalling. No ticket. How the fuck did I miss that he was tempered? It's only in that specific dialogue. Oh, awesome! So hold on, is my ridiculous over detail speaking to everyone finally paid off? Did I just extract a plot point that otherwise I would have missed? Oh, that worries me though then. So it's not important that he was tempered? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, you caught a plot detail the majority of players miss. Oh, sweet! That's what I like to hear. It's not only in this dialogue, he says it in Raktika too. He did say it in Raktika, didn't he? Sorry for the wait, I'm ready now. As a Guild Wars 2 player, you used to click in the NPCs. Just as a Final Fantasy player, I like to speak to everyone, to be honest. Though I did get burned from it in A Realm Reborn. Because it was just so boring so often, but yeah. Are you sure you want to do this? Completely sure? Oh, it was missable in Raktika as well. I see. Look, no matter what happens to me, what dialogue? The dialogue that the Ascians were tempered by Zodiac. No matter what happens to me, I'm sure that I don't want to go back to being who I was. I want to be stronger, strong enough to face my destiny. And I want to believe that I can play a part in saving this world. I hope you can find it in yourself to believe it too. When you put it that way, how could we not, says Ishtola. Hello. Are you coming? It's your decision to make. Just be sure that you're prepared when the time comes. If all are assembled, shall we depart? We'll follow your lead. What route would you have us take? About that, there's something I neglected to mention, says Alisei. I saw a Yulmoran airship coming in to land over Almarang while I was on my way back to the Crystarium. No doubt the same vessel that brought Vorthri's forces to Raktika. Meaning we can expect to encounter armed resistance on our journey through the region. Right, now, Nabatha Reng lies in the southern reaches of Almarang, and there are two routes we can take to get there. First is the eastern route, which would lead us past Mordsuk. Holy shit, do I get a choice? The other is the western route, which would require us to pass through the hills of Amber. Minfilia and I took the eastern route last time. Yeah, that's the more well-trodden path. It also makes for easier traversal than the Nabath Severance. But we can't use it. If we did, we'd have to head across the Severance from a point nearby at the inn at the journey's head. If the Yulmorans caught wind of our approach, it could very well bring them into contact with the inn and its patients, and we can be sure their activities would not meet with Vorthri's approval. Huh. It will make the journey more arduous, but I believe it would be safer to take the western route, which brings me to my proposition. While you make for the Hills of Amber in the west, I will draw the Yulmorans' attention elsewhere, to an area in the east I know to be uninhabited. That way, you'll have a chance at reaching Nabatha Ring unopposed and without risk to civilians. I cannot deny it's a sound plan, but nor can I allow you to go alone. My skills will make your task somewhat easier, will they not? I'll accompany you as well. It will afford us a chance to have a proper conversation. Oh, because these guys haven't really been in a scene together for how long? And if I go with the others, I'm likely to say something Thancred will regret. Well then, we'll leave the work of distracting Vorthri's forces to you. The rest of us will take the western route and try to avoid attracting attention. Oh wow, okay. Alisei and Alphino are in the X-Pack, but they're not with me constantly anymore. We'll borrow a few ammo for our own journey. I'll leave the rest to you, Minfilia. Really? I sort of wish that Alphino wasn't here. I wish he was, like, missing in fucking Garlemald this whole time. I think that would be a fascinating place for his character to be right now. I'd be so passionately curious about what's going on with him and is he safe and all that. I think that would have been really cool. They could have even done a little cool bit where Alisei was looking for Alphino here for ages, wondering if he'd made it, but he hadn't. Minnie replaced Alphino and Alisei as your adopted child this X-Pack. There was a message someone dropped earlier and I missed it. I can't remember what it was anymore. Wait, there's also information on Emmett you can find on his Triple Triad card. Where do I get his Triple Triad card? I'd love an Emmett Triple Triad card. Can I get a whole Ascian deck? Is there a La Habrea card? Oh, speaking of which... Oh, don't hate me. I've been delaying reading some of this shit for ages. Because I got some cards and stuff. Here, look. I got a Tombury card from a dungeon. Little is known about this inscrutable race of man-like creatures that inhabits the ruins of Nim, a culture that reached its peak during the 5th Astral Era. Tonberries wear clothing and are adept in the use of complex tools, both of which were deemed to suggest a civilized level of intelligence. Recently discovered text from Nimian times suggests that the green denizens of the Wanderer's Palace are the carriers of a terrible pestilence. Okay, I'd never read that. I've never read these cards, so that's what's going on. Next, I got Vice-Gerent to the Warden. The Vice-Gerent to the Warden was inadvertently roused by careless excavations in the sunken temple of Khan. Wielding the executioner's blade in each hand, this servant of Azima sentences death to all looters who would profane her sacred halls. And here, the Cloud of Darkness. Yeah, I got this. One of the undisputed rulers of the void. One of the undisputed... I need to know this lore. And an entity of immeasurable strength, the Cloud of Darkness occupies the highest rung of the hierarchy of 12. Why are there 12 rungs? Is that related to anything? Because what was the other place I saw 12 as a number? 6 elements, astral number? This terrifying void scent entered into a dark covenant with Emperor Zande of Alag in a bid to invade the physical realm. Alright, there you go. That Cloud of Darkness I desperately wanted to read. So where the fuck would Emmett's cards be? Probably over here somewhere, right? The Dancing Plague? I know that dungeon now, so I'm on like 910. That wasn't it though. What's the other thing? There's another thing. Oh, I don't remember. We'll do it later. The 12 of the gods. Oh, yeah. You're right. So 12 rungs and 12 gods. Is that a coincidence? If you want more Void Scent Lord Potatoes, do Void Arc 24 main raid quest line in Heaven's Ward. Yeah, I actually did stream that. This stream series that I'm doing right now, it has been, I've covered my blind playthrough from like a couple of quests into Heaven's Ward forwards. I didn't show ARR and I didn't show much of that stuff. I have shown the Crystal Tower from ARR though. What I have streamed so far, just if anyone doesn't know what I'm doing here. I can't show you anymore. But I've basically done everything that comes in except like super hardcore progression based stuff. That's the main thing I haven't done. Hardcore progression stuff, but I've gone over everything. So like, I played Omega storyline, which is one of my favorite storylines in the whole game so far. Fucking love the Omega stuff. There you are, the gate leading to Amarang is just up ahead. As you can probably tell because of the Alpha Mini. In all the time I've been here, I've never ventured into the Hills of Amber. Not that I'm particularly intimidated by new lands at this point, but we've had more than enough reasons to be cautious as is. Keep an eye on Minifidea for me, would you? Wait. Yeah, no, we are going to Amarang. I was going to say, we're not going to question mark. So what is question mark? How many hours away from question mark am I, guys? Oh my god. Is it the moon? Look at the like little craters and shit. Does this look like a moon? Okay, it's probably not the moon. Alright, now whatever guys. I'm still curious why the moon is a thing. I assume Shadowbringers will explain it at some point. So what do you mean stop looking at it? That makes me want to look at it more. Can I recognise it? I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at. Alright. Question mark is where you question mark and will question mark while you question mark. How many hours? Somewhere between 5 and 500. Do you really think I could get there in as short as 5 hours? Amarang lies beyond the gate. We need only speak to the sentry. Who shall walk among us upon our return? I wonder. I'm ready. Let's go. Okay. Off so soon, Master of Gaji. You barely had time to recover from the battle. Yeah, and why are we riding home? What's the riding home about? Who's riding home? Well, if you're certain, I'm hardly in a position to question you. We'll tell you towards the end. It's not Ishtola, is it?
Take comfort in the bonds you share. Accept the pain when the time comes to part.
Gonna do some riding?
Press on, for joy and sorrow walk hand in hand. Beyond Mount Garik lie the hills of Amber, beneath which run hidden veins of mineral wealth.
I'm a little nervous about Ardbert being the narrator.
Or ran, at least. Mayhap they are spent. Or mayhap the ringing of hammers can yet be heard below.
Did that add to it or ruin it? Not at all. It sounded like a dying dog. Excuse me. That was my beautiful harmonizing you're talking about there. Sound though Mistress Alisaie's logic was, I fear the road less travelled hath other perils in store for us. Oh, we got an adventuring segment, a village so near. How convenient. This place has been scarred by the flood too. Who can say what lies ahead? But whatever else this road may be, it's mine to travel, and I don't plan to take a moment of time until I spend upon it for granted. Okay, more gear, more gear. Holy shit. Titan bronze. We've just finished Blue Spirit. Blue Spirit foot. Blue Spirit waist. Oh my god, you keep your inventory so clean. Yeah, it's just really important to me in games to have like nice clean inventories, you know. I just keep them as, you know, just basically every few minutes I'll just get in there, just clean it out. Keep an eye on what's going on, you know, like I'll eat these caramels to keep it nice and safe here. Keep my chocobo saddlebag ready. I think everyone could learn a lesson from just being a little bit more, you know, less sloppy. Holy shit, that's a cool fucking great sword. It looks like the Crystal Tower. Oh, yeah. This would look good in 3D. Does NVIDIA 3D Vision work with this game as well? Oh, that would look good in 3D. All right. I take it you're not seeing what I'm seeing. Find a village when we're hardly 10 paces into the hills is a surprising stroke of luck, especially given our recent fortunes. But you won't hear any complaints from me. Let's see the folk who live here can tell us what to expect from the road ahead. Do a victory pose. Hell yeah, it's pretty good. The music's gone. It's very quiet and ambient right now. Okay, so do we fight all the iguanas? I don't think we do, right? We just run past them. Come on, Alpha. Quee! Quee! WP is the Marie Kondo of MMO inventory management. Hold on, who's Marie Kondo? Is that a compliment? Am I being complimented or not? Oh, is that the cloud victory pose? I didn't recognize it, honestly. Yeah, it did look like it would fuck up your wrist to do that, but hey. You sell? No, you're no merchant. But then, why do I know your face? It's Zun. Oh, I remember. You spent Vowbert gold. Hey again, dude. Such a coin purse cracking. You are already a legend among Mord traders. You're a traveling merchant then. Can you tell us anything of this village? Of course, anything for valued customers. This place is Garik. Before the flood, it was home to many miners. After, not so many, now none. So Master Gengen borrowed the village, made it into a trading post. Very convenient location. In which case, you must be all but familiar with the local roads, correct? We're on our way to Nabatha Reng ourselves. If we continue south from here, will we have any difficulties reaching it? Oh yes, great difficulty. The flood rent the stone and crushed the mine surrounding Nabatha. Only steep cliffs and collapsed tunnels remain. Oh no. But surely there must be some way. Do you think of any of the other Mord might have some sort of hidden route? Perhaps. You ask, they tell. Tell for free even, to friends of our best customer. Wonderful. Thank you for your help. Okay, let's see what kind of information your reputation buys. Oh, I think I remember the next bit. Is it good? Perhaps we ought to inquire on the matter of Yomoran forces in the region as well. I agree, Urianshe. This feels so much like a main series Final Fantasy game, I'll tell you. Oh, that is a surprise. Not many bound for Nabatha these days. I do know of a trolley that once went there. It used to travel between all the settlements and mines in the Hills of Amber. It's locked behind a gate, however. I assume I would have kept it from being stolen or damaged, but it also prevents it from being much use. You take information down into a wrinkled piece of parchment. I'll tell you what. If I had known how much this would end up feeling like a normal Final Fantasy game, I would have played 14 years ago. I mean, it's kind of rich for me to say that because it's only really this expansion that's really felt like that. The others you've only had glimpses, but and this came out what, 2019? So it's not like I missed out for too long, but yeah. For Nabatha airship is best. Nothing is faster than an airship. The Yomorans have one, I hear. You can ask them to take you. Though it seems somewhat superfluous to do so, you dutifully make a note of Gongon's words. Okay. Wow, I can purchase stuff. There's nothing that I would want to be doing right yet, guys. Oh, I just remembered what the message was. Sorry, chat, did someone tell me that they go back after patches and update earlier dialogue? What are some examples of that? That I would know that aren't spoilery? Heavensward felt like one to you? I don't know. I feel like Heavensward was still a bit of a mixed bag, really, as far as like how it weaved stuff around. You wish to go to Nabatha? There was a way once. A gondola down from the cliffs, but it was built for those who had left something behind they now wish to retrieve. Now there's nothing left, and none to use it. You may search for it if you like, but I doubt that its rusted wires would bear your weight. You hastily take down a memo. Haha. Unulkahai? Oh, really? He had some updated dialogue, did he? This section might make WP stop playing for today. I've actually perked up a lot, I think, the past hour or so. Unkulahai had a lot of updated dialogue throughout Shadowbringers? Really? Because now what is that? Is that retconning or what? Is it just extra details? FF16 being made by Yoshi P means our main... How is Yoshi P making that if he's in such a big position for 14? Not retcons, just extra details. Stuff about the 13th. It was updated, not changed. I loved him, by the way. I thought he was brilliant. I guess I've already read all that information. Any other examples? I'm afraid I've learned little of use about how to reach Nabatha. The Yomoran presence, though, that's another matter. Apparently, though their army is definitely in Armorang, there have been no signs of Yomorans at all in the hills of Amber. Perhaps we can take that as a sign that Alisae's plan's borne fruit. Do you think we have better luck finding us a route forwards? Okay, well look, I've learned about a gondola. It's maybe it's got potential death trap scrawled on it. A note about the Hills of Amber trolley behind a gate. And then something about airships as well. These are all potential ideas. So these are our options. Well, what do you think? Might die, but is there a bad choice here? Sorry, I'm talking a bit loud. I'm doing that shouting thing again. Wait, did WP talk to Taharu since he arrived on the first? No. I only left the first once off screen to do some roulettes. I was wondering what would happen if I went back and spoke to her. Is there a cutscene? There's fun dialogue if you go back. We can try the gondola. Might dive, eh? I like the gondola idea. I'd rather not. If it's all the same to you, if it went poorly, we simply couldn't just wave our hands and vanish into the aether like Y'shtola. Not that I would recommend it, even if we could. What about an airship? We could perhaps use an Amaro, but even from a distance, I can't imagine that Yulmoran army wouldn't spot us if we were to travel by air. Okay, aside, the trolley seems most feasible. It does seem to be the least risky of our options, and I can't imagine one gate is enough to thwart you. I'd like to know a bit more before we dash off in search of it, though. Perhaps Zinzin can offer some insight? So what do they mean trolley, exactly? Like on the railway track? He's eyeing me with curiosity. Flarmin had some updates. Oh, I see. Hello, Azenblade Ninja. Welcome, welcome. Oh, valued customers. Were the other mode of help? Oh, why is this going to make me quit? I like trains and railways and things. I made myself sound like such a nerd there, like a train spotter or something. I mean, not too much, but I like them. Of a fashion, they told us of a trolley that runs to Nabatha Ring, at least. No, this sucks. But am I correct in thinking that there was a reason you did not do so yourself when we first asked? Yes, the gate, you see, it is impassable. Before, there was a hulking thing of stone, the Talos. It opened the gate, they say. But none operate such a thing now. I do not even know if it exists. So there's a big gate, and there's a thing that's supposed to open it called the Talos. I do not know, but you should travel east to Mount Baran Mines. That's where the trolley controls stand. I still see the miners there from time to time. If anyone knows what to do, what has happened to the Talos, it would be them. Thank you, you've been a great help. We're off to Mount Baran then. Let us hope someone will be there to answer our questions. Yeah, in lore, they set up a ton of story that allows you to leave the first, for sure. It's all the other characters that are stuck. You're not stuck. They're very clear about that in canon, I'm allowed to leave. So in theory, Tataru should react and stuff if I went and spoke to her. And Kryl, I guess? But I mean, I don't know how much substance there is I mean, what is it going to be? One little dialogue? WP, did you buy the Trains and Planes and Stains VHS? I don't know what that is. Trains, Planes and Stains? I don't know what it is. I've watched Planes, Trains and Automobiles. What a sight. Oh, pardon me. It's only a bit daunting, isn't it? That's a movie I found because of Seth MacFarlane and an episode of Family Guy where there's this beautiful monologue in it. I can't remember how it goes exactly anymore. But he's like, you want to judge me? I like me. I like helping people, blah, blah, blah. It's like a dialogue, a big long monologue about that. And it compelled me to watch the whole film. And it's alright. Mayhap the Pool of Light is the root of this land's desolation, or mayhap the fool lies with the man and his insatiable greed. What a sight. Oh, pardon me, it's a bit daunting, isn't it? Oh, she's seeing the wall. Wow, look at that, there's a player up there. What a sight indeed. Should we play purely first person? What do you guys think? Hello, Thancred. The scale of the track is impressive, I'll give him that. Now we only need to follow it until we come to the mines. I hope that ESO is a good first-person MMO, I really do. I'm much more into first-person experiences than you probably guys actually realise at this point. Because I've done so little Elder Scrolls coverage at this point. But I like immersion. I like feeling the scale of the environments and stuff and seeing the enemies and so on. It's not enough to just slap a first-person cam in there, though. The combat has to be quite precise. The animations have to be quite precise. FOV options, having your weapon on the screen and stuff. You hate it? It breaks the immersion for you? Yeah, I mean, I kind of got pushed out of it, to be honest, over the years on YouTube, because a lot of people say that it makes them sick. And, Yeah, it just kind of, it changes your behavior eventually, where you got to sort of do stuff that's like most appealing to the hive mind, right? So I got that a lot with Guild Wars, because I remember when they added first person to Guild Wars, I was playing with it a lot, and I just got waves of feedback from people saying I can't watch your footage anymore. So I had to stop. But again, Guild Wars kind of goes pretty minimal with it too. Though you can, there is a glitch that gets your weapons on screen in that game. Should get Garnet back out. Yeah, I think neither game's probably for... Oh yeah, I get 2 plunges. Oh, still good. Oh, how long till Living Shadow as well? I want to see my Shadow clone guy. I love the idea of a class that gets an ad, but only super late. That's badass to me. A bit of a mess, isn't it? But the mechanism for dispatching the trolley are here, just as Zun said. Unfortunately, anyone who might know how to use them is not. We might wait for Zun's mysterious miners to appear, or have a look around and see if we can deduce anything useful in their absence. I'm in favour of the latter. Something near the entrance to the mines caught proper Uriange's eye. Maybe meet us there if you can find anything. Yeah, here it is. Well done, Benji. Quote, you want to hurt me? Go right ahead if it makes you feel any better. I'm an easy target. Yeah, you're right, I talk too much. I also listen too much. I could be a cold-hearted cynic like you, but I don't want to hurt people's feelings. Well, you think what you want about me. I'm not changing. I like me. My wife likes me. My customers like me. Because I'm the real article. What you see is what you get. Now, that monologue is like one thing to listen to the first time. Now, spoilers for a movie from the late 80s, okay? Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. I'm going to spoil it now, all right? So mute. You find out at the end, if I remember rightly, none of those people exist. He's just like wandering. And he doesn't have a wife, as far as I remember rightly. And it's just sort of all like a front he's put on. And it's quite sad, to be honest. But it adds an extra thing to that scene when you watch it later. It's good. This lever can't have been designed for a person to operate. Yeah. Let's see. So is a giant golem like one of these things? There were never any gains or stains. What's the gains and stains thing? I don't know what that is. What is that thing? First you run away from a boulder, now you're going on a minecart trolley, right? I know, they've gone with the like action adventure stuff real well. We're in like a western suddenly now, look at this. The cup is slightly warm and a fair amount of tea, steeped overlong, if the colour is any indication, remains within. So someone's been here. Let's go look at that rail over there. Oh, it was just you getting trains, planes, and automobiles very wrong. Okay. Flecks of rust adorn the rails, but they never appear sturdy enough to bear the trolley without issue. Sorry, did I completely brain fart that? Nevertheless, they appear sturdy enough. Jesus Christ, dude. Focus up. Alright, let's get Garnet out here. Oh, Alpha waved at me. Did you guys see that? I turned and Alpha waved. Hello, Alpha. Oh. So I guess the last thing for me to do with Dark Knight now is actually figure out what is mathematically the right thing to weave first. I already get a sense, spend a bit of mana and get the blood weapon up early. But then stop spamming mana and probably exhaust the other cooldowns. But then the question is, which cooldowns first? Probably Salted Earth early in the fight, as early as possible. Probably Carve and Spit. Abyssal Drain's probably quite late. Plunge is probably quite late. That would be my guess. But when I get to actual progging stuff, I'll probably look at what the maths geekos have figured it out. How do we want to get up there? Okay, well, this is why you play Red Mage, so you don't have to learn proper weaving. The benches within suggest that this must have been... I mean, I don't think this is too bad. Enough of this is context-based that it's not too bad. And the baseline is just 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, which really, at this point, I am very calm about and I'm very alright about, and I don't have to, like, pay too much attention to. So I think it's okay, really. Especially in, like, actual fights, it's much more priority-oriented rather than just memorization, which is nice. Oh, shit, I clicked off of it. I don't know what it said. It said, the benches within suggest this must have been a passenger car. Oddly enough, though it's clearly old, it appears to be well-maintained. Oh my god, this is called the trolley problem. Okay, chat, do you want to hear what the trolley problem is? What's your answer to the trolley problem, everybody? That's a nice, light-hearted conversation. 1, kill them all. My memory of the trolley problem is this. Train speeding along a rail. It's gonna hit someone? Oh, no. It's gonna hit a family of 5. Let me put it this way. The specifics don't matter. It's gonna hit a family of 5, or you can press a button which will put it onto another rail and kill, like, one person, like a kid or something, right? So do you make the active decision? Would you actively decide to take one person out if it meant saving 5 others? That's the trolley problem, essentially, right? And it is just a question. There is no answer. There's no right and wrong. You know, there are arguments to be made either side of pragmatism, of morality, and so on. I think there's an added twist to it, isn't there? You basically have 3 options. No, you won't. You can just leave it alone. You can hit the button. I think sometimes they make it a little bit more complicated. But that's what they're referencing with the title of this quest. Like, you can... I think there are some twists that really, you know, twist the knife a little bit more and make it even more of a dilemma. And the question isn't necessarily what would you do. The question is what is moral, right? That's the question. It's even easy to answer what is pragmatic, but what is moral there is actually quite challenging. Dude, like, to become an active participant, is that the bad part? Or is doing nothing the bad part? Who are you to weigh the life of 1 over 5 and so on and so on? These choices, do we boil things like this down to just maths? I know what the bog standard Twitch nerd would say to that. You could probably get sued for getting involved. The litigious mind, right there. This section is so slow, Emmett complains it's boring. Really? This section's so slow, we've resorted to a 100-year-old moral... 100 years old? I don't feel like it's slow at all yet. I think that what we played yesterday was really slow. When we were in Gridania. At least the first half of that, before we met the Vieira forwards, it sped up a lot. I've been fucking that up. There's only 2 targets. I should get 2 targets. Oh shit, I just double fucking plunged. That's probably really bad for flipping, eh? Be careful not to do that. Dark Knight stuff looks neat. Yeah, it is very, very flashy. To be fair, I don't have too much to compare it to, just monk stuff, so. Oh my god, these things are called gnomes. Look up the Sleeping Beauty problem. Well, you could just copy... If you give me an explanation in chat, I'll read it out loud. I'll give you my take on it. Macon, what hast thou discerned? Indeed, I see. Indeed, thine observations are consistent with mine own. But let us refrain from further discussion ere our comrades arrive. They did a huge poll once with the trolley problem in autonomous driving. Well, that's quite fascinating, isn't it? That's where it becomes actually a real question to answer. With all sorts of variations of young, old, jaywalking, and found there are huge cultural differences. WRT, the answer's given. Wow. That's fascinating. I didn't think about that. But yeah, I guess when you're looking at AI and when you're looking at like what it's programmed to do, you can save lives, but wow. Of course, the programmers of that kind of stuff are literally living the trolley problem. They're literally, because the blame would be at their door, wouldn't it? Ample evidence of recent maintenance. Lukewarm tea besides. The levers for switching the tracks looked like they were in good condition, though I couldn't move them myself. No ordinary person could, I think. Due to my belief that no person is meant to. It's a special railway tended to by golem creatures. I love this. This Talos beareth more than passing resemblance to the golems of the source. Nor doth it appear to be the sole example of its kind. The proliferation of the Talos fragments, as well as the enormity of the mechanisms here, suggests a considerable number were once in operation. Alas, this specimen and its fellows now lie lifeless and broken, and I know not how to repair them, that they might facilitate our passage through the gate. And without the aid of Talos, even if thou wert somehow able to unbar the trolley's path, we would still have no means of propelling it. We might not know how to repair the Talos, but someone must. Otherwise, why keep everything else in working order? Whoever is maintaining the cars and rails must know something that we don't. Let us ask them, shall we? Okay. Macon, I do believe you'll find a person of some interest skulking in the shadows behind the warehouses on the northwest side of the tracks. Okay. Whilst you two have a friendly chat, the rest of us will gently encourage those to the south to come out of hiding. Defend yourselves as necessary, of course, but do try to keep everyone in one piece. Wow. Yeah, Thancred the spy skills. Off we go then. Oh yeah, so there's a variation on the trolley problem, which is you and a fat man are standing on a bridge over a trolley track. Way down the track, 5 people are tied down. There's a trolley coming, so do you push the guy off? You know, it's not as dispassionate as pressing a button. It's you have to actively push the guy off. And, you know, there's a huge subset of people who would say yes, they'd push the button, but they wouldn't be able to push a guy. And it's like, when you really break down the outcomes, but, you know, that's now suddenly the, you know, the intimacy of an actual push and connection and, like, amount of physical exertion. Somehow the morality changes based on how much we have to exert ourselves physically and stuff, and that feels arbitrary, but you only realize it's ingrained in us societally. Yeah, there's little things like that. Wicked White, where did you come from? No, never mind that. You have no business here of that, I'm sure. Well, whatever. It doesn't matter whether the size of the fat man you're imagining wouldn't be able to stop the size of the train that you're imagining. Imagine a different train. Imagine it. What? It's clearly the particulars don't matter. Clearly that's irrelevant. Jesus Christ. Vorthry, mate. What's the Sleeping Beauty thing? Did I miss it in chat? What's the Sleeping Beauty thing? Oh no, I'm in the wrong area. No, I think we climb up here. Oh. That's smart. These guys have all been beaten up. We won't let you. They elected to take up arms against us, though the outcome was plain from the first. I feel a bit bad for them. Suplex the train. Well, that's the fantasy from the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Don't need to deal with the trolley problem there. Good to hear. These two weren't much trouble either. Let's see what they have to say for themselves. Us? We're not the brigands that came to take what isn't ours. Do we honestly look like we need to steal, what, some rusted bits of iron? Don't be absurd. We're not here to rob you. Oh, a likely story. You look, well... What? Well, how do I look? You don't look normal, that's for certain. You don't have any wares, so you're clearly not merchants. Travelers never pass this way. The only reason you'd come all the way out here is to strip the machinery for parts. Or to ride the rail, baby. Oh, Thaf, I have an idea. What if, once upon a time, a lovely lady of noble birth ventured forth in search of her lost love, joined by her two most loyal servants, sworn to follow her unto world's end. On their journey, they met a sorcerer, as ancient as time itself. Moved by the lady's devotion, he offered to be their guide, and they... turned up here somehow. Well, that's quite the imagination. I can only assume that you're being intentionally obtuse. But at the unlikely event that that's not serious conjecture, no. I suppose I am a bodyguard of sort, but we have a rather larger concerns than fairy tale romances. Though I would fain hear more of this ageless sorcerer and his heroic deeds. Really, Urianche? You've into it, are you? Gods grant me strength. Yeah, I need to write that down. Write that down, everybody. Write that down. If I may, we're actually searching for a means by which to travel to Nabatha Ring. We're hoping that the trolley here might offer a solution. I realise that we've gotten off the best starts, but if you know anything about how we might get it working again... The trolley? The trolley! You should have led with that. We're always keen to discuss the trolley. We're both engineers in training, in fact. Jarek and Thaf at your service. Technically, I'm a miner, and he does repair work, but our true passion is the trolley. We're working with a few other folks to get it up and running again. And before you ask, yes, it's true that there's little need of transport these days, but that's no reason to consign a miracle of mechanical innovation to dust. The mere sight of it travelling the track once again would make hearts sore, mark my words. You'll hear no argument from us. What progress have you made thus far? Not as much as we'd like, truth be told. Well, is there anything we could do to assist you? We could gather materials or help put pieces together? It's a sight more complicated than that, I'm afraid. If you spoke with Magnus, you'd understand. He's the only one with full knowledge of the trolley's operation. I suppose you could speak with him if you like. We'll introduce you. Very well. Our options are limited, and if this Magnus can explain whatever is preventing the trolley from being restored, I'd like to hear it. Right. This guy with his trolley obsession. Does he say trolley like sloppy? I guess let's keep equipping Titan Bronze now, suddenly. Jesus Christ, how many gear sets did they make for this expansion? Oh, this one looks good. Hello. Thaf is ready to guide you to Twine, where you might meet the mysterious Magnus. If you're ready, we can leave now. Though, you haven't seen another fellow around here, have you? I thought he'd come out by now. You think he'll be alright? That's, well, I suppose we did force your hand a bit. I'll have a look, just in case you go on ahead. Alright. Okay, I want to do something. We're going to tweak the macro again. Oh, it already goes up to 100 versus 60. Let's go versus 50 then. Wow. I do a huge music jump. I should bind a pose button. So I change the way I look while I'm running around unsheathed. I can just sort of spam it as I run. Did you try the Ishtola G-pose filter? Oh no, the Aether one. Yeah, let's see what that's like. How does it work again? I do /G-pose. Lighting, motion. Effect and frame settings. Color filter. Can you give me a little bit more detail than that? Yeah, I did see Alpha just there. Can I just move the camera purely on him? WP, if you talk with Minophilia before accepting that quest, she wonders why a bunch of middle-aged men are so obsessed with trains, at least in the German version. Wow, you speak to her even between collection and acceptance. Click on Alpha. Oh. Oh my god, I didn't know G-Pose did this. Quee! Quee! Queer? Where's the thing? Lighting. I don't know where... No. I don't want to spend 3 hours on this. I just want to... First tab on the left. Ah. Etherometer. Oh, so this is how Ishtola sees the world. This is what Aether looks like. Okay, that's cool. That is cool. Can I control Alpha's emotes in G-Pose? That is a very robust feature there, isn't it? Jesus. Damn, that's smart. See, after they thump me so hard, I'd be feeling the next fortnight at least. Not to be done now, though. I've pointed your over-eager companions in the right direction. They've gone ahead, so we should get moving. Normally, we'd walk and swap the tracks, but seeing as the young lady has a much shorter stride, that's a more perilous route than I'm comfortable suggesting. Wouldn't want anyone falling through the gaps. Of course, the low road presents other dangers, but having been on the receiving end of your friend's blows, I'm not worried about that account. Can I go across the top of the tracks? I mean, Miniphilia's not with me, right? Oh, cool. Whoa. Oh, am I actually going to ride along this? Please tell me I actually ride along this. I would love to actually get on a fucking thing and ride along here. I bet I won't, though. Maybe in a cutscene, but I mean, like, for real now. Do you say, wait, I hear something? Oh, that's something. Run! It doesn't have to be gameplay. It doesn't have to be a Donkey Kong-like sequence. But, you know, it would be cool. You want to get in on this as well, do you? You know, one nice thing about Guild Wars is when a new mob aggroes you in a situation like that, you usually don't feel too bad about fighting it, because at that point in the fight, you've built up a shit ton of fury and might and stuff, so you know the second kill's quicker. In this game, you get that very rarely. I just had that nice experience there because I already had Assaulted Earth up, but it's not quite as potent. Alright, let's go Garnet. The Central Hills of Amber. Some classes get that good. Yeah, Monk has a little DPS thing as well. Samurai, you can get Sen and Kenku built up. Okay, I think that's fair, actually. I think that's fair. I think it's a class-based thing. That's fair. Sorry about that. I'll admit, I didn't expect this route to be quite so fraught with danger. We're nearly to Twine, though, so we should be able to make it without further incident. You're streaming for so many hours almost every day. Are you sure you're not straining yourself a bit? I was feeling pretty tired when I started the stream today, and like I probably shouldn't. No, I think I'm fine. I think I need to stop shouting, and you know, not worry about being super engaging all the time. You know, so yeah, I'm just sort of taking a chill day today and seeing how it goes. Still stream, but just being sort of a chill sort of mood. And I'm just trying to see how active chat is and stuff. The dream is that I can be kind of chill, and it's still fun to watch, and people still have lots to talk about. And that's sort of the dream. So yeah, I'm just sort of chilling today a bit, but I'm still streaming. A testament to man's resilience, that civilization may yet be found at the very edge of the world. Indeedy. The town is small, but everything seems so purposeful. It's amazing. Odd to find a place like this still occupied. It must have come dangerously close to being consumed by the flood. There, let's look at the map. Yeah, wow. Yeah, I just attuned to this, didn't I? Yeah. What's it called? It was called Garnet for a second. Twine. This is it. Welcome to Twine. The original dwellings were built to house those labourers tasked with building the track. Over time, miners came to seek their fortunes, and that's what made the town grow to what you see before you today. But it was still the trolley that brought them here. As you've doubtless noticed, the track goes to the very heart of the town. It was the heart of the town, back when the trolley still carried everyone home at the end of the day in the mines. Now there is no trolley. Nor much work to be had in these mines, for that matter. The only residents that remain are the destitute, the delusional, and those with nowhere else to go. Or so they say. That should give you some indication of what to expect when you meet Magnus. As I said, it will help you understand why we can't get the trolley running. Just don't expect too much aside from that. Okay. Could I get a link show invite? Yeah, you can. You have to meet me in-game, though. If you stand next to me in-game, I can send you the invite. Well, that's encouraging, but I don't see that we have much of a choice. Let's go and meet the man. Oh, sorry, you're here. Sorry. Hello. Excellent. Looking good, by the way. I like the red. Whoopsie. There you go. Welcome, welcome. Very regal looking aura. Look at that. Oh, my lord. It's a good setup. All right, where are you, Magnus? In here? You've been barely paying attention to this part, but you forgot how long it was, despite knowing how long it was? Hold on, I feel like we've just started this part. When's the fashion review stream? I don't have the knowledge. I couldn't talk to you about fashion, not really. I don't know anything about color coordination. I don't know anything about, you know, fabrics and stuff. Who are you supposed to be? Never seen 3 of you in my life. Hey, man. Oh, the 4 of you? Sorry, all the 4 of you? Wicked white. If you're going to bother me, at least have the damn courtesy to stand still. He thinks this one is deep in his cups. He's drunk. These are my guests, Magnus. We ran into them at the mines. They're looking for a way to reach Nabatha Ring, so they came about to ask about the trolley you see. What? There's nothing in Nabatha Ring, not anymore. And especially not for frail little girls. Give it up. No, we must reach Nabatha Ring. I must. Bah! So you have your heart set on it. The world doesn't care. The place is a ruin, nothing more. I love the way he's swaying. He really does come across as drunk, doesn't he? And you're not getting there in the trolley. The thing doesn't run on hopes and dreams. We're not fools. It's necessity that drives us to Nabatha Ring. If you insist that the trolley is not an option, at least tell us why. No, I'm sick of people asking me about the blasted thing. Leave me be. Been clawed in the face. Come on. Come on. We'll speak outside. Oh, that was Agron. Yeah, that's your aura. Looks good, man. Come on! Piss off! Okay. I'll be lying if I said I didn't expect that, but for what it's worth, I am sorry. I like how I brought my chocobo in there. Yeah, we do still have the necklace. Because it doesn't give us extra gear in that slot, so, I mean... He only said that because he thinks I'm weak, and he's right. But I can't be. I won't be forever. There has to be some way. I must find it. Hello, Solida Metallicum. Welcome, welcome. We're in apparently a slow part of the expansion, but I don't know for sure. I sense there is more to this belligerent junk and his tale. Minfilia remains adrift in the turbulent sea of thought. Oh, I'm sorry. I was stuck in my own head again. It's clear that Magnus has no intention of helping us, but perhaps we should ask the other residents. They may know something of the Cholly. I'll take the north side of town. Let me know if you learn anything. Okay. Thancred, art thou truly content to stand witness to fate's course and take no part? This isn't a matter of fate, Urianger. It's about choice, and I've had years to decide where I stand. Minfilia has spent too long in chains already. I would not shackle her again by making my hopes known. It's for her to choose what shape and her destiny will take. It's for me to stay silent, to protect her, teach her, and stand by her. That at least I can do for her. That at least I can do for her. Jeez, say what you really think. So be it. Come, let us make our inquiries. Okay. So just ask anyone and everyone? Seek out a talkative resident. Oh, friend request here as well. Sorry, I missed the friend request coming in. I was in combat mode the whole time. Oh, there you are. You'll be pleased to know that I got a friend back home with no trouble, and he's just fine. He's just a little bit shaken up is all. And you? What did Magnus say? Well, he's drunk and he told me to piss off. I did have a faint hope that you might need to prompt him to action where our interest is not. But I suppose that was foolish of me. I'm sorry, but we can be more of a help, though. I could at least show you the trolley car we have here, if you like. You could give it a stroke or two. It has some very... What? It has some very smooth wood. Ooh. You mean to say you're not giving up, even knowing that Magnus is Magnus? You never know what a drunk's like sober, and you never know what a sober's like drunk. I don't see much point in your being stubborn about it, though perhaps stubbornness is exactly what this situation calls for. Can't forge iron without an anvil, after all. I can't imagine anything I can't imagine that anything you try will work, but if you're certain, you can help me make preparations in the event that it does. To that end, take this toolbox. We're going to go inspect the rails. I'll have a look along the tracks for anything that's in need of repair. You bring the tools and be ready to hand them to me whenever I stop to work. Jesus Christ. Okay. I'm going to be like Rom shadowing O'Brien. Another friend request. Yeah, just so that you guys know, anyone and everyone that wants a friend request or a link shell invite or anything like that, I'm accepting any and all of them. Yeah, if you want a link shell invite, I need to see you in game, so just jump up and down near me. Oh, you're here. Sorry. Oh, hello. Because whenever we do alliance raids, or whenever we do raids, or whenever we do, you know, anything really, trials, you know, the more the merrier. It's nice to be able to fill parties and play with you guys. I've done that the whole way through this, so yeah. Oh, it's quite cool up here. This spot looks like it could use a bit of work. Can you ready the tools for me? You want me on the floor? No, you just want me to open up. You have to jump across the beams or it's bad RP. Yeah, and the polar bear does look a bit silly there, doesn't it? You open the box, revealing the proud array of lovingly maintained tools within. Brilliant. Now, if you could hand me what I need as I work, that would be a help. In this case, well, this bolt's loose for one matter. We can't have that. I'll need to tighten it. Which tool will you provide? The bolt is loose, so I'll give you a wrench. A vicious-looking saw. I got this. I can be a great workman's apprentice. Thank you. This one will do nicely. Now give me one moment and... Do you see Jarek has an alternative answer for the trolley problem? What, rubbing the wood? There, I don't see any other problems here, so let's continue along the track. Okay, hold on. Let me get the timing right. Yeah, the floor is lava. Yeah. We all did this as kids, I assume. This is the best way to do it. Oh. That would not have been good. Walking along walls. Oddly, this part made me excited about mining and crafting. I remember thinking I can't wait till I start working on those jobs at the time. Really? Maybe that's not too odd given the vibe. Because obviously they expand... Oh, I'm not going to do this anymore. I'm going to fall. Maybe they expanded on each of them, each X-Pack, right? So, oh, I love this place. I love being up on this row. And then there's the bridge underneath down there. Oh my god, that's cool. Wait, that is just a mount. You've just synced that on the mount, have you? That's so good. That's some serious RP right there. Hell yeah. Alright, next tool. Don't step on the crack or you'll break your mother's back. You can't step on the cracks in the pavements, right? I've always wanted to ask, how come you stopped making the Guild Wars 1 lore videos you made years ago? They were amazing. Well, they were a lot of energy because I had no talent for art. So basically, each project, I was doing like big behind-the-scenes collaborations that I couldn't even pay people for to like get art in, and it was just a lot of stress for me. You know, I didn't know how to handle situations like if someone submits art and it's really not very good. It was very hard to say, well, thanks for all this goodwill, thanks for all this time, thanks for all this stuff we've planned out, but it's not good enough. And then, and one of the projects I had like multiple artists for. Anyway, so it was just generally a bit stressful for me in a position where I couldn't probably pay people for it. So that was one thing. The other big thing was, by the time I did the factions episode, like the views on it just plummeted because it was after launch, and it was like, wow, I'm putting in the same effort now, but there's basically there's nowhere near the same kind of response to it. Now, in the years and years and years and years since, the factions videos slowly built to something of a semblance of the others, but that's what sort of put me off a while ago. And then ArenaNet started releasing expansions in crazy orders. You know, if Heart of Thorns wasn't the jungle, if Heart of Thorns was camped the right away, I would have picked it up like that. But now it's like it's a weird place where it's like, we've already done Nightfall, so it's all out of order and it's all just a bit weird. Oh, Twitch is about to play an ad, by the way. So bye to anyone. But yeah, so that was just a big part of it, really, I think. Nowadays, I think I could find a way to do it. There's so much official art and stuff I'd use. And you look at some of this incredible, like, you look at art like this. Not this. This is a thumbnail for a YouTube. There, this. You know, I didn't even animate this, you know. When you've got this kind of talent and these kinds of incredible people around that can just do this insanely awesome stuff. I feel like there would be a way through it now, but I don't really have the energy for it anymore, I think, is the main thing. This is Mr. Modius, by the way, that did this. So yeah, that's kind of where I am now with it. Yeah, that's the dog that I sometimes sit for in the background there. The potato looks so realistic. Yeah, the potato art's fantastic. You truly need a webcam until the ending of Shadowbringers. What, one of the potato cams? Yeah, look, it's just, basically it comes down to effort for response, basically, is what it comes down to. And honestly, that's the thing that's killed a lot of my like really creative or big projects. It's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. Because it's like a risk. But yeah, anyway. You set down the toolbox, the muscles of your arms enjoying a profound relief, and open it once again. You're quite handy to have around, you know. I think, as the lamp here, these often aren't necessary these days, but if we're going to do this, we might as well do it properly. And if by some miracle the night returns, as it did in Lakeland, well, it's a nice thought. Oh, I love this. Look, they're actually addressing the idea of people having all the lamps and stuff ready. Anyhow, a bit of this post seems to have splintered. Whether its lamp seems to be lit or not, we wouldn't want these little pieces of wood jabbing the next person who comes through it to do maintenance. I'll need to sand it down a bit. If I end up getting a cart rail section like the train thing in Omega, that would be so good. What does he want? He wants to sand down little pieces of wood. No. Well, whatever. We're gonna give him a file, aren't we? Alpha on green screen like this. That would be incredibly cute. If someone shows me how to do green screen in G-Pose, I'll do that. That sounds incredibly cute. Let me even this out. We could, and at that point, we could get rid of the mini alpha and start using other minis again. Minions, I should say. That should do it. I'll bring some varnish along the next time to finish the job. I haven't spotted any other problems, so we can move along now, unless you'd like to take the view of the tracks from here a bit longer. It's breathtaking, I know. It is really nice. Mining has always been the primary vocation of folks here in the Hills of Amber, you see, but after a certain point, they dug up everything that could be easily reached and carried back by manpower alone. It was then that the Nabath Empire struck upon the idea of the Talos, which they'd seen at work abroad. At great expense, the Nabath brought the Mistel engineers who specialize in Talos to here, to the hills, and wouldn't you know it, the mining industry picked right up again. Hey, thank you very much for the sub, Phonetics. Oh, your message should be on screen right now, but it's not. Give me a second after the cutscene, I'll read it. Twine itself sprung up around that time, as a matter of fact. It was named after the entwining of tales, the fruitful cooperation between the native Ronso and the newly come Mistel. But that, like so much else, fell apart in the wake of the flood. The Mistel left, taking their knowledge with them. It was 15 years ago that the last of them, the folks from the Deadless Stoneworks, took off for Yormor, and now no one remains that can repair and operate the Talos. But there's no use us lamenting what can't be changed. And there's one more thing we need to do while we're out here, so we might as well get to it. Vultures occasionally make their nests on the tracks, you see, and it falls to us to remove them when they do. The creatures are angry when disturbed, which is natural, but nevertheless a danger to anyone passing by. It's not my favourite task, to be honest with you. As you may have noticed, I'm not terribly suited to confrontation. That said, would you follow the tracks north and remove any nests you find? I'll keep an eye on things here. Okay. Keep an eye, I mean take a break. Okay, yeah, thank you for the sub, Phonetic Speller. I didn't think I would like any other non-Guild Wars games, but I do enjoy this. I'm glad you're streaming more again. Your coverage of End of Dragons has been great. Thank you. Well, thank you. What do you mean you didn't think you'd like any non-Guild Wars games at all? Have you never played any other game than a Guild Wars game? Or do you mean watching me in them? Or do you mean MMOs? But yeah, fuck, I double plunged again. But one thing about that, those old lore videos as well, something that I've kind of only realized recently, you know, the scripts for those, I was working full time while I was scripting those, the original batch that I put out. And I think when you're holding when you have another career, when you have another job, a stable, comfortable career where you're not like stressed that a decision you make might just fuck everything up or whatever, I think it's very easy to become creative and excited and, you know, like, and I think I found I had a lot of energy for stuff like that because it's on the side, it's purely out of the passion of it. But when it's like you have to spend this time properly and efficiently, otherwise you're just throwing like everything into jeopardy. When your life, when your identity is this career, there's a lot more stress and anxiety and pressure. And I think that basically, that's another sort of thing that's killed it. And I've always been, for a long time, I think I've been ashamed of that. I've thought, oh, you know, like I should be like guilty about that or whatever, because who doesn't like an unfinished project? But I think that sort of realization, now that I sort of get what's going on mentally there a bit more, I think I'm sort of a bit easier on myself about it. Sort of stop kicking myself about stuff. Another nest. So yeah, it's a weird thing where I've often thought to myself, I thought a lot to myself, especially the past 2 years. If I just went out and got another job, got another career, weirdly, I would have less free time. Well, actually, I'd have more free time. It's weird. I probably would have more free time because it's a less demanding job. It's really weird, but basically, I think if I was in that position, you might see something like the Law series come back straight away, because it's a bit easier, breezier. Who cares if it doesn't? Who cares if it's a bit of a risk? Because it's not that much of a risk, because you've got this other stuff going on, you know? And, yeah, like, realizing that took me a long time, I think. Because the expectation is that if this is the only job you're doing, you should be able to do everything, you know? But it doesn't quite work like that. It's like having another job gives that confidence and that clarity to be experimental, to go deeper on things, to whatever. It also gives you just a little bit more structure, I think. Thank you. That should be everything taken care of. In return for your help, I'll tell you a bit more about the trolley. Nothing that can get us started again, though. As I said, the only people who know how to do that, they repair the Talos, are long gone. When they left, the life began to bleed out the town. The trolley's tracks rusted, its cars fell into disrepair. Now, I was born in Twine, raised there, my first word trolley, damn it, and those were the worst years of my life. But then, about 7 years ago, Magnus and his wife returned to us. Magnus is a real, proper trolley engineer, and perhaps he would have never had left in the first place if it hadn't been for his son. As you're well aware, Amareng is hardly the safest place, and Magnus wanted his child to grow up away from its dangers. It didn't help in the end. Destiny has got the boy. Isn't that always the way? Wow. The child always said that someday he wanted to see Magnus's trolley running again, so in his memory, they returned to Twine, started fixing those rusted rails and broken cars, and it was all going well for a time. Wicked White vultures? Are they back for revenge? Never mind, I don't want to find out. And he's running away. Oh man, the story of Magnus is interesting to me. What did I do before YouTube? I did many things, but the last job before this was IT consultancy, and I hated it. I was in a massive... I don't want to get too specific, but... Have you ever seen the movie Office Space? Yeah, I sort of lived Office Space. Not quite cubicle culture. I've worked a lot of jobs where wastefulness really fucked me off. Whether that's like food waste in a supermarket setting, or whether it's just like time and resource and just like, I don't know, there's something faceless and gross and blobby about some of the jobs I've done. But yeah, obviously when faced with a booming YouTube channel and so on, it's with the sky the limit, I took a shot at this instead. Nice story. Now that you know the story of the trolley, won't you do much good? Won't do you much good without the Talos, though. If there was even a single one that still functioned, things might be different. But well, here we are. Despite his better judgment, Jarek is considering throwing you a bone. Not that it'll do you any good, but we do have a Talos we've been meaning to repair. I can show you what you'd like. I can show you if you'd like. It'd certainly be nice to hear something other than Magnus's griping, griping for a change. Griping. Yeah, look, I got no, I don't want to be mean to anyone who works in IT consultancy at the moment. It was just my personal place where I was in life at the time, and I don't know. It's just that thing of being like, am I doing this because I love this, or am I doing this because I fell into it and blah blah blah, you know? The enthusiasm of an early 20s and so on. And look, there's something much more practical about holding down a real career and a real job, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. Believe me, the grass isn't greener on one side than the other, I can tell you that at this point. You're currently at work remote watching some WP? That's nice, man. Life is good. Truly, a most vexing state of affairs, though I thought mayhap a closer examination might yield something of value. Yeah, Urianger, can't you resolve this problem? I see, the means to build Talos stone by stone are lost to us, 'tis true, but here before us slumbers a most fine specimen. Indeed, were it not for a few minor failings, it would be in working condition. It will likely require naught but a few modest repairs and a suffusion of ether. Well, if you think you can get the thing up and running, far be it from me to stop you. But what exactly do you reckon is the problem? I should stress that I performed only the most cursory of examinations. Though such arcane constructs are not wholly unfamiliar to me, as I did suspect from the first, it's a host to a network of veins through which aether floweth freely. Or so it would, for it were not for several fractures which now impede said flow. How in the hells did you get all of that from just a glance? I take it you've thought up a solution as well then? To bridge these fissures requireth a material highly conductive to aether. One in place, I believe, will be possible to restore the Talos to life. Might I prevail upon thee to acquire that which we require? Not far beyond the walls of twine dwelleth a creature of living stone, the Debitage. Full sure am I that a stone from such a being would prove most suitable to our needs. Okay, let's do it. Very good. I'll have Thancred and Amphilia attend me in the remaining preparations. Nice. Slay them for their fragments. So guys, can I get a sense from you all how deep into this part of the story we are? Like how far away from the Light Warden are we, I would say? %? Honestly, a fair ways. 1/3 of the act. Okay. Probably an hour, hour and a half. All right. Well, you know, it's 7:30 at the moment, so I think I'm gonna call it there actually, then, guys. And what we'll do is we'll come back tomorrow. Hopefully, I have a little bit more energy. If you guys missed it on my YouTube, I do have a video sort of rating all the big products from Guild Wars today. So like Guild Wars 1 versus Factions versus Nightfall versus Eye of the North, even versus the Guild Wars 2 stuff like Icebrook Saga and whatever. So hopefully that'll be something entertaining to watch. I'll get this last fragment here as well. Now the thing is, tomorrow, guys, is ArenaNet are doing an official Jade Sea stream. So Shadowbringers might be on break tomorrow, because what I'd rather do is play some Guild Wars 2, and we'll do some oh my god, what's it called? Dragon Season? What's it called? Season of the Dragon? The replay. We're gonna do the replay. And, you know, just talk about Guild Wars related stuff, talk about End of Dragon, speculations there, stuff to do with the characters. I really like the idea of doing a Final Fantasy video in the morning, though. Oh, maybe it's too... Do I have to beat Shadowbringers before I can do a tier list of my favourite characters? See, I don't know. I guess I have to wait. But maybe I'll do something else. So we'll see. Anyway, yeah, I'll have a video up in the morning as well. So look, Shadowbringers might be on pause tomorrow. So that might be quite nice, you know, 2 days, get our energy back or whatever, and then yeah, we'll continue along, and hopefully bring the knights to Armoreng. Let's see what this guy has to say as we cash this quest in here. Thancred and Amphilia will return ere long with the remaining supplies we require. Did thou succeed in procuring stone from the Debitage? Yeah, I did. Oh, I didn't mean to link that. Yeah, thanks to the guys who subbed today. I really appreciate that, to all of you guys. And, you know, the couple of friend requests in-game, the link show invites. Fun stuff. And what I might do as well is I might push these streams a little bit later. I might go, like, 3 in the afternoon till, like, 8:30 or something. Instead of 2 till 7:30. That might be better. We might get more people from more time zones there. Might be a good idea. So anyway, we'll see. What you got, Uriange? They require sufficient so you want aether in it. Your entire work schedule? Oh, is that not good for you, Benny, is it? It's not moving. Strange, the core refuseth to stir. I fear the condition for this Talos is more dire than I previously surmised. As heart driveth blood through a man's veins, so doth the core aether throughout his massive frame. Failing to repair its replacement, the Talos cannot be restored. So it was... sorry, what? So it was the heart after all. Did thou see this outcome? Well, no, not exactly. We'd never gotten this far in trying to repair it. So we had no way of knowing the heart was the real problem. We tried to find another, in case things turn out as they are now, but... Jarek? This isn't really my story to share. Please, Jarek, if something went wrong, maybe we can help. Oh, here he is. Oh no, never mind, that's me. I thought for a second he was here. Alright, alright. After all that you lot have done for me, I suppose it's the least I can do. Alright, what will he reveal? That will be the cliffhanger for the next part. I'm quite fascinated by this so far. I do like this little act. It really helps that the map music here is so good. The Lahi music was excellent as well. So anyway, again, I really appreciate it, guys. It's been an awful lot of fun. Have a great evening. See you over on YouTube. See you in Discord as well if you guys want to chat about things. I didn't really respond much on Discord yesterday, but I have read the majority of what people had to say. So I'll be over there in those channels. I think the Final Fantasy channel is still vibrant and thriving. I kind of avoid the Final Fantasy channel just a little bit because it's filled with spoilers. People do spoiler black bar it, but then I can't really contribute to the conversations. But we've got lots of other channels about other stuff, including Guild Wars, general chat. There's a nice thing that goes on the Spud Discord where people wake up in the morning and like say, hey, you got coffee together, which I think is always quite cozy feeling. But anyway, yeah, and thanks to Rocker for modding. Yeah, cheers everybody, and I'll see you next time. Ta-ta. Will we get Rest XP here? It doesn't matter, I'll probably log in again soon. I do get Rest XP here. Cheers, guys. Why are we riding home?